to an international organ harvesting syndicate. The data also shows that between 2018 and March 2025, Medihill Hospital handled 417 donors and 340 recipients, while male patients making up 3 out of every 4 cases. The resident status data shows that 44% of recipients are residents, 16% are non-Kenyan, and a notable 38.94% have an unknown status, indicating possible gaps in documentation or lack of identification documents in the patient record. An investigation officer, Inspector Moses Adeli, who's based at the DCI headquarters, has filed a report to the Milimani Magistrates Court regarding the activities of a phone number registered in the name of the Central Police Station OCS Samson Talam. The report revealed that Talam's SIM card was illegally changed on the 16th of last month, just a day after his arrest. Furthermore, forensic investigation has shown that the line was activated on three different mobile devices, despite his official phone being in the hands of IPOA as evidence. The DCI has already arrested one suspect who is linked to the incident of OCS Talam's phone. At the time of his arrest, 3 phones, 29 used lines and 30 new lines were recovered, which are still being thoroughly investigated while the suspect remains in custody. The nation is in shock after revelations that Susan Jocki, a nurse and founder of Toto Touch organization, was strangled to death at Chiromo Hospital Group Breeside branch. An autopsy conducted by 6 pathologists confirmed that Jocki was killed approximately 4 hours after her last meal on Tuesday, a day after she was admitted to the facility without her consent. The late Jocki, who had a history of mental health treatment, had alleged on social media that her husband Alois Ngure sent 4 doctors to inject her and take her to a mental facility against her will. Her family gathered at Montezuma Mona Lisa for the post-mortem examination conducted by 6 doctors representing the family, the government and Chiromo Hospital Group.
Susan died because of what you call manual strangulation. Manual strangulation basically means that, if I put it in a normal language, ni kunyongwa kwa shingo.
There were features of compression to the neck, and those features are in keeping with manual strangulation. There are also features of lack of oxygen in the blood as a result of neck compression.
Her family is now calling for justice even after her husband was arrested and released on bail last week.
As family, we may also decide to do toxicology and other investigations that may help us really know what happened. But what there is that we are almost satisfied, because the intention of correcting her, forcing her to go to hospital against her will was there. The instruction was given by the husband.
As Kamengere's family, tunaweza shukuru sana tukapata justice kutoka kwa serikali, mtusaidie sababu tumerusa our loving sister.
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaka.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he'll not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, alikodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhabdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje ongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro.
I wonder.
Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he'll not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhabdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje ongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro. I wonder. Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning, the Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
Nguruwe kujiganga na mafuta yake. The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Excuse me.
94.4.
Are you settled?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning.
Walapa. Walapa.
Who?
Walapa, I taught you this.
I can't remember.
2 weeks ago, I think.
I was like, what's up?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I remember.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. It's an old shank, though.
Okay. Is you showing your age, are you?
Mm-hmm.
Mambo, yesterday you were,
Sana.
the weather was trying to be here and you were trying to be here. How are you feeling now?
Oh, my God. Today, slightly better.
Okay.
I hope as the... with the cold in the studio, then it's a bit different, huh? That's why we have to, by hour 2, we'll be able to know. But I tried some concoction yesterday. I'm still having it today, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
This is where you mix lemon, honey, cloves, cinnamon, ginger, garlic, black pepper.
And put it in the oven.
Turmeric.
Good Lord.
And then just blend.
Okay.
And just get the juice, hot juice.
And
then that's it. Mm-hmm.
It works, doesn't it?
Let's see. Not so bad today. How are you?
I'm fine.
Mm-hmm. Day 8 of no sugar.
No, this is like now we're going into it's day 20 actually.
Day 20?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're catching up really well.
Yeah.
3 months.
I know.
Feels so good. But you know how they say, you can then run away from the sugar you put in your tea, but then later on, you will be taking a soda somewhere, you'll eat an ice cream somewhere.
I'm being very deliberate, by the way.
Oh, you are?
Yes, I am. And I said to myself, Ndu, let's do this thing. For once, do something and finish.
What's your target? How many months do you want to do this?
8 months. I must do it
8
for 8
months.
months. I must do this for 8
So
months.
8 months. So you started last month?
Last month, actually.
So June.
June, yes.
So June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January. So January. So you enter into the new year with the new Okoh.
Exactly.
Okay.
In fact, I can already see it. La Renaissance. The rebirth. That's what it means.
Oh, in French?
Yes.
I wish I studied French.
You should.
Spanish was better.
My parents insisted on a language.
Mm-hmm.
Apart from yours, insist on another world language.
How many languages do you speak?
6.
You speak English, of course.
Yes.
You try Swahili at times.
That's a language, isn't it?
Language is not a language.
I said
Swahili.
that's a language, isn't it?
Yes. You try sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, I do actually. When I'm not on the spot, I actually speak very good Kiswahili. But now when people are looking at me and then I'm, that shy thing, then I lose all of it completely.
Try do today's headlines, the Swahili paper.
It's not going to happen.
Why?
Because the world is watching.
Just try. Give it a shot. Everyone makes mistakes.
I know.
That's how you get to learn.
I know.
So English, Swahili, French.
Now that I speak Igbo Hausa.
You know, I have some funny jokes about the Igbo people.
Here we go.
Especially when they sing.
Go.
No, I don't want you to try. It's so funny. Especially in church. The Igbo people change songs. They add other things to a song.
But look, I'm telling you, like when you're worshiping and like in your language, your native language, there's some words there's some things that English cannot just quite capture. And so it goes into it's Ezioku.
They Igbo exaggerate a lot.
How? What do you mean?
They stress some words.
The meaning. This is for the meaning, is it
So
not?
Igbo, those are how many? 4?
Those are 5.
5. The 6th one is which one?
What did I say?
Okay, so English, Swahili.
We're talking about languages that I speak well.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
English, Swahili, Igbo. I speak it very well.
Swahili with an asterisk. Okay, go on.
You'll be surprised.
Igbo, French.
French, Hausa, 1, 2, 3. How many are those?
Hausa.
Hausa, yeah.
You speak Hausa?
Yes, I do. That's why I can speak Swahili.
Okay.
Because they have their root in Arabic.
Yes.
They have the root in Arabic, which I speak a little bit of as well.
No wonder. Okay, those are 5. The 6th one?
Okay, it's not fully, so I'm not going to go to 6.
It's not fully. You are still learning.
I'm still learning.
Which one? Spanish?
Yes.
You're learning Spanish? Interesting.
And it's actually very easy to
learn Arabic. It's even easier.
I do speak a little bit of it.
Okay.
So maybe that's something to go along with. But Spanish and French are gender languages. So it's almost, they have the le, la, and los, las. So it's easy to kind of pick. And they're both romantic languages as well. So
yes.
There you go. Romantic, we're not talking about the romance. We're talking about the period.
Try learn another one, not Swahili. Try Luya, Luo. I do Kikuyu, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Me too. I know
Kikuyu.
words in all of these languages, actually. If I was to actually focus, I could probably pick it up.
Kikuyu is so easy.
Is it?
Yeah, so easy. But the first time I learned Kikuyu were all the wrong words.
As you do when you go into a foreign land.
Yes.
Good morning. It's, is it? It's Thursday. No, it's not.
It's Wednesday.
It's Wednesday. Good Lord, what's going on? But here we are.
You really want the weekend to... You've planned for the weekend.
Here we go. This is Dennis. No, I don't at the moment, but let's wait and see what happens with that. Good morning, everybody. I know it just looks like Dennis and I are now in our own world, but of course on the stage, and all the world's the stage, is it not? This is the Situation Room. Good morning. It's 22 minutes past 6 o'clock. How time flies when you're having fun. Have you seen Lydiah today? She's in pink. Pretty in pink.
The lady in pink.
I don't know if there's a color that she would look bad in. But yeah, hi Lydiah, good morning. I know you're there somewhere. And Raniar is waving on behalf of Lydiah. So good morning, everybody. And welcome. The live streams are up. They're working. Everything in tip-top shape this morning.
So she's been hiding a lot, huh? But if anyone cares to go check the X, we have a post of a photo. There she is.
You will find Lydiah there.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yeah. You think you can run away?
You can run, but you can't hide, baby girl.
Evidence is there.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Yeah. Christine will do something.
We're seeing folks getting into the room this morning. Good morning. And look, I have my lime.
You carried your lime?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
But anyway, I'll explain that later. So we're getting into the
What's the lime for?
Don't worry. I said we'll explain later now. Huh? Small. Take it easy.
You have a Nigerian in the room with things.
Just be easy. I might know your friend.
Okay. I trust you.
How long have we known each other?
I trust you.
KTN also this morning getting into things, and very glad to have all of you in the room. Let's get into conversations this morning, and let me tell you what it is that we will be discussing as we get into Wednesday and get into Wednesday proper. We're going to be asking a question at 7 o'clock, and this question is around whether, the question is around how you can balance controversy and policy, and whether provocation works in African politics. We'll take a minute to actually define what African politics is and what it looks like. And to help us with that conversation is George Wajakoya, Dr. George Wajakoya, who just came back from getting his PhD. He's a leader of the Roots Party, and there's some fundamental philosophical things that we'll be looking at today, but we will then make them very relevant in today's society. So that happens with Dr. Wajakoya at 7 o'clock. And then at 8 o'clock, anti-terror laws. Right now, it seems like that's the buzzword of the month. Terrorism. It's all over the place. But what does it actually mean? And anti-terror laws in Kenya, how far is too far? Can a certain thing be deemed an act of terrorism by the nature of its threat or the severity of its threat? We'll have that conversation at 8 o'clock. And joining us will be the former LSK president, Eric Thori, as well as an ex-military officer and security expert, Patrick Osoy. They join us at 8 o'clock. So we'll have a little bit of an in-depth look into this. Emily Omari is a quality and patient safety specialist. Dr. Kahura Mundia is the deputy national chairperson of the KMPDU and healthcare and governance expert. Patient safety in a medical institution is something that is now being questioned more than ever. We're going to be asking about that within our health facilities. What is the bare minimum? And so we don't have things like what we've seen in the recent past with, whether it looks like abandonment or whether it looks like foul play shouldn't be death. So those are the conversations that we have this morning in the Situation Room. We're going to get into those this morning. So thank you, ready for joining us in the room. We'll get into Wednesday. It's Hump Day, and then over into the end of the week. Sawa. All right, we're in Senegal. And Dennis is going to give us today's proverb.
Okay, so today's proverb from the Republic of Senegal. It's a 4-worded proverb.
Okay.
Very, very simple. Water has no head. Water has no head. We discovered the fewer the words in a proverb, the harder it sounds, huh?
Exactly. Because you tend to use words to then explain yourself.
Yes.
A little bit more, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
water
my goodness.
has no head.
God in heaven. I'm trying to look for the philosophical already.
Mm-hmm. Don't overthink. Don't overthink.
I don't even know. Where do we start from? This thing that's so useful.
Mm-hmm.
This, for me, water represents life.
That's a good start.
And you'd have to ask, where is? You can't really see the end or the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Neither can you see the end or the beginning of, like water in a bowl, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Or in a lake, how do you say it starts from here or here? And you use it where you take it as it is, where it is. You don't look for its beginning or end, but you live in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, God, am I reaching? Oh, yeah, take it like that now. I don't know. Wait, my brain.
No, you've done it. No beginning, no end.
Yeah.
In other words, be flexible. Think of water, how it runs. You take water, put it in a bucket, it will take the shape of the bucket.
Yeah.
Put it in a cup, it will take the shape of the cup. Put it in whatever, this thing, it will just take that thing. You pour it on this table,
It'll go along.
it will just go along.
Pour it down a hill.
Pour it down, that's what it will do.
Yeah.
If you think of a river, it will just meander, hit some rocks, but it will always find its way around the rocks. And it will still flow. It doesn't stop flowing because it's meeting obstacles. So in other words, be fluid in life. Be flexible in life. Don't overcomplicate life. You know how they say simplicity is the mother of sophistication.
Yeah.
So just be very fluid. Just go. You know how they say go with the flow.
Yeah.
You go somewhere, just go with the flow.
Be like water.
Yeah, don't complicate things. So it also means you can come from somewhere and people will be, where did you come from? Because of the things that you say.
Yeah.
So be present when you're in a room full of people. Just be present. Be fluid. Just flow.
You gotta love it.
Yep.
My word. That's what we're talking about this morning. It would be interesting to see what other perspectives are. Good morning, everybody. Let's say hello to you. And I know that if you're watching, not being able to send a comment, we appreciate each and every one of you watching on your way to work, sitting, listening, tuned in on our live streams. Karibu Sana. Good morning from Mombasa, says Peter Kiari. Be happy with the small things life offers. In the end, it's all that matters. That's the case for sure. Desmond Otis, good morning to you. He says, Ndu hapo baridi ni Gringapi, Nairobi. I think we're at 11 degrees this morning. It was actually quite chilly. Let's see if it warms up through the day, shall we? Ndio Sisi Hapa says, good morning to you. Eugene Odhiambo says, good morning, Dennis and Ndu were tuned in.
Good morning.
Robert Mbogo tuning from Mombasa. A very good morning, Team Spice. Tuned in live from Pakistan. Really, Vincent Dishru. Where exactly in Pakistan are you this morning? Bwangi Juma says, Jumbo Spice FM. Hope you are well, aren't you? Well, we are. Dennis got his meds in, so he's doing better. Jimmy Gakio says, good morning, Team Spice. Isaac Nterito is tuning from Luxembourg and says, we need Edwin Sufuna to be invited into the studio. Miss Lydiah, or Miss Emma, if that's what we need. Hisa Daniel says, good morning, tuned in from Uganda. Jimmy Monothi is tuned in as well. Eric War is tuned in this morning. Joe Mungai says, hi, Ndu and Okari.
Hello.
Naki, what's Naki? Guys, we want the most truthful man, Edwin Sifuna, to spice the show. So, Kenyan says good morning, and he said, according to what Edwin Sifuna said last night, I want William Ruto to know that his removal from office is a national priority agenda. Ooh, lolo. That was interesting in his interview yesterday. Jose Mahinda says, good morning, tuned in. And Huka is tuned in as well. Abdi tuned in from Isiolo. Good morning to you. I've been to Isiolo, actually. Bernardito says, good morning, tuned in. So the DIG was enjoying his annual leave while pretending to have stepped aside. Yeah. Sokoina Olepunda says, good morning. This country relies a lot more than prayer and a song. May God help us. Indeed. Good morning, says Isa. Good morning. You're getting your daily fix. It's a good one, Isa. Good to have you in the room this morning. Tuning from Ukunda is General Isa Mathenge. So there's Isa and there's Isa. Good to have both of you here. Abere Bethwell tuned in from Kilifi. And you're saying, why can't we sponsor the Senator of Nairobi once again in the show? Sawa, we've got it. We'll work on that for sure. Fiery Red, good morning to everybody tuned in from the county 047. Good to have you here. Precious Gondi is tuned in and says Jumbo and good morning. Collins Kamei, you said I should pursue music. Why are you sitting on a gold mine? Thank you. You know, that's so kind of you. Mm-hmm. I'm really considering it. Really considering it, honestly. If 100 people tell me that I should, I will.
You should.
If 100 people tell me that I will. Mm-hmm. Dr. Venvik tuned in, and I think we're at 7 so far. Dr. Venvik, good morning. Thank you, Collins, again. That's really sweet. Thank you so much. Kavoy Felix is tuned in this morning from Wote in Makweni. Tibbs Moge says, good morning. Shakahola again. Imagine, Tibbs. Leo says, good morning, Princess Ndu and Dennis. My opinion, the sudden sexualization of politics targeting especially women, if it's to be reversed, the women in politics need to call out the male politicians for their behavior. I agree. Iregiwa Johi, good morning. Could you give us our dose? Which one is that one? Hi, Lydiah.
Lydiah is the dose.
I'm wondering. I'm not understanding. Because there's now a comma, and then we've gone on to mob love.
Lydiah, you owe someone a dose.
Us, I beg. They are disturbing us. So please, just try and help our life. Stanley Ngasha is tuned in, and I can bet you're at the foothills of Mount Kilimanjaro. Lungogushi tuned in from Twapa. Carol Nyambura, unatupenda tunakupenda pia. My sister Margaret Wanjohi tuned in this morning, says happy Wednesday all. Let's continue with a great conversation. It's very hot here. Here where? Oh, in Texas. Yeah, you guys are in the summer. Sandra Sherry are tuned in from Costa Rica, which is the rich coast. Bwangi Juma says, Kenyan for Kenya, let's arise to save the country. We see you. Yeah, he said Walapa, apparently it's a thing, Jack. Hesbon Sidon says, good morning. We thank God for the life of today. Indeed, we do. Thomas Omosa, good morning. Fiery Red is tuned in. Christina, good morning. All their plans are scatter. It is true. Rogers Nyange says, good morning. Agola says, Walapa is for my generation. Now we finally know the age range in which Agola is. Good morning, sister. Yes, Aseto a commission. He'll be back. And now Margaret Wajohi and Agola are greeting themselves inside here, which is a good thing. We're glad that Ndu Swahili is good. Have you heard? Barry Juma has said, my Swahili is good, Dennis. Mm-hmm. You don't need further conviction. Anne Purnell, good morning. Loving the lip gloss. Hey, I'm telling you, I did a thing this morning.
Hey, ladies today.
I'm telling you.
You lady, what's going on?
Women supporting women. Good morning, everybody. Margaret Manjoy says, if you know Latin and French, it's easy to learn Spanish. Absolutely. You got it. It's very true. Bernardo Dongo tuning this morning. Good morning. Bree Bishanga, good morning, my sister. Bwangi Juma. I have Washana Nayo, Iregi Wajohi. I promise you I have Washana Nasukari. Ahmed, good morning. Patient safety is crucial, but it's not prioritized. That forms a conversation that we definitely will be having this morning. Be water, my friend, says Kenyan. Indeed. Michael Olande, good morning. Schwalis is asking Dennis, if our leaders are lying, do we flow like water? Is the question. Mtuflani, good morning. And you say water has no head. What about those we call Vitwamaji?
A good one.
Very good one. Giovanni Restone, good morning. Tuned in from Manhattan. And everybody who's tuned in, Susan Disho, Kimathi Nkrumah Makonnen, Thomas Omosa, Miss Gitonga. How body my people? Body day inside Clotto, my sister. Na so we they see them, na so we they go. +1 for Ndu's album release. It's happening. Don Data. Where? So many people in the room this morning. Kelvin Mutegi, I love my Ifoma. How did you know my name was Ifoma? Did I say it before? I must have. Bwangi, we see you. Hooker, Bashi DE, tune in from Germany. And everybody. We take time to greet you. It's necessary for us to do. If we missed you, stop, not because we didn't see you, but time is a ticking. So awesome. Good to have you guys in the room this morning. Let's have these conversations. Let's do it. Let's look on the front page, or rather in the headlines this morning. Shall we? The Standard, Kenya's bold newspaper. On the front page of the Standard today, the big con. I am reading what it says. Deputy Inspector General of Police Eliud Lagat lied to the country about his stepping aside to pave the way for investigations into the death of Albert Ojwang at Central Police Station. In a June 16th statement, Lagat announced he had opted to step aside to allow investigations to proceed unhindered. But fresh court filings reveal a different story, that he merely applied for an 18-day annual leave, approved the same day by none other than Police IG Douglas Kanja, who wished him even a restful break. In a sworn reply, Lagat now insists he never vacated office nor appointed a replacement, contradicting his own public statement. Remember, he said, in my stead, I am leaving whoever to do what? His deputy. The open lie has reignited questions about his integrity, transparency, and truthfulness as a civil servant. That's on the front page of the Standard.
Truth was thrown out of the window a long time ago.
Yeah. Truth is over there playing in the corner.
Truth lost its meaning. Truth lost its direction. Truth lost its value.
Yeah. Well, residents cry foul as commercial grazing threatens critical forests. This is a big thing when you're looking into environments and things like that. Look into that. Masai Mara is listed in extraordinary global records for its annual spectacle. This is the migration of the wildebeest, which is still going on. While the country thought Lagat was on thought he had stepped aside, he was on leave. That's the continuation of that story on page 4. Wandai defends fuel prices, questions raised on import deals. Remember when he said he was leaving here yesterday to go to Parliament? That's where he was answering those questions. Why frustrated Kenyans cannot recall MPs? I cannot. Okay. So those are some of the headlines that we're looking at into Kenya's bold newspaper this morning. And looking into the sports pages, athletes express confidence ahead of Tokyo Worlds. We know that the World Athletics Championships take place biannually. That's happening in Tokyo in a few clicks. And Kenyans are saying, we got this, guys. Don't even worry about it. There's confusion that Smarring Harambee Stars prep for Chan. So we don't know. Now that they're out of the Sekafa Cup in Arusha, people are wondering what's going on. And if you didn't do the Sekafa Cup, which for every major tournament, you will then do what is seen as prep tournaments. Like in tennis, before the Grand Slams, you will see that the 1000s or the 500s are taking place, and then there's one major one before. And it happens with Chan as well. Sekafa would have done this for Harambee Stars for Chan. So people are asking questions about, okay, so if you didn't take place in Sekafa because of 1, 2, 3, what's going to happen when it comes to Chan come August? Are you going to be ready? Those are the questions.
I think one of these fine days we need to discuss the politics around football.
We do, and we also saw that yesterday Mariga was removed from FKF.
Change of the top leadership.
Yeah, with no questions. And I'm wondering, okay, I thought this was finally sorted out with Bro Mohammed at the top. But hey.
There's politics in everything in this country.
Everything.
The conversations are not how we're playing on the pitch. It's always the boardroom fights.
Drama.
Who is going to take the presidency? Who's going to be deputy? Who's going to be in charge of this and that?
But
and at the center of it,
money.
Where there is a fight, there is money. Anywhere you see a fight, there is money involved.
Yep.
We go to the Daily Nation.
Let's do it.
The headlines: UDA bigwigs plot exodus. So, already under siege from a rebel faction allied to ousted Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, the walls of the governing United Democratic Alliance are set to worsen, with top former loyalists, including the Senate Majority Whip, joining the rebellion. The man tasked with whipping members to toe the line has declared the party is dead. This is none other than Senate Majority Whip Boni Khalwale. So there's a picture of Gloria Oroba there, ousted senator. Mohammed Ali, Nyali MP. There's Joash Nyamoko, North Mugirango MP. There's Jane Kihara, Naivasha MP. Then there's Ndindi Nyoro, Kiharu MP. That story continues on page 7 of the paper. So free at last. On death row in Saudi Arabia for over a decade, dreading a date with the executioner every day. The nightmare for Stephen Munyaho. Is that how it's pronounced? Finally ended yesterday when he was freed after dramatic negotiations with the family of a Yemen citizen whose death following a feud led to his conviction. It took 150 million blood money for his life to be spared.
Ish.
150 M.
Yep.
For his life to be spared.
It was quite a thing. 14
is the number of years Stephen was imprisoned in Saudi Arabia. There's another scandal. Audit says NTSA has no control of our own portal.
Oh, for crying out loud.
I'll give you the tea for this story.
Okay.
So let's go to second page there. Infectious disease ruled out in Mombasa death. So a preliminary report released by the Public Health Emergency Operations Center has ruled out a contagious disease outbreak in Migadini, Mombasa County. So this follows the mysterious deaths of 4 people in Matangini and Mkala villages, which had sparked public alarm last week. According to the report, dated July 18th, no infectious pathogens such as Mpox were detected in samples collected from 2 of the bodies. There were no suspicious skin bruises, no indication of an infectious disease. The findings point to natural causes and environmental contamination. We go to the insert page. 7 protesters slapped with new terrorism-related charges. So, the state will prefer terror-related charges against 7 young people arrested in Machakos County during the Sabasaba demonstration on July 7th. So, the number keeps increasing. The 6 men and a woman were rearrested at Kithimani in Machakos yesterday, soon after the prosecution dropped arson and malicious damage charges.
And then brought terrorism.
So, the first charge sheet was taken these 7. The 6 men plus the woman was arson, all right, and malicious damage to property. The suspects, again, after wametoka tu kidogo tu hivi, vroom, wakarudi tena hivi.
Yeah. Then the ATPU van came.
Yes, then there's another charge. It's terrorism. So the suspects are expected to be charged at the Kahawa Law Courts this morning.
Okay.
They will be joining a growing list of people slapped with terrorism-related charges following the demonstrations on June 25th and June 7th. The story of Lagat, I took leave, I did not resign. That story is also equally there. Man held in OCS phone probe. The Directorate of Criminal Investigations has arrested a suspect who allegedly hacked into the mobile phone of former Central Police Station boss Samson Talam and used it to defraud members of the public. Remember, this phone was under lock and key. That's what IPOA said, eh?
Yeah.
It was brought to court inside a locked polythene bag. Like, this thing has... Nobody broke this seal. This thing is inside this evidence bag. And so, now they find there's a suspect who hacked into that phone. So, in a status report presented before the Milimani Law Courts yesterday, the DCI said the phone, which had been confiscated by officers from the IPOA, was fraudulently accessed and used for criminal activity. Lakini, Kenya is one interesting stage.
See,
you tried to defraud people of money with a phone of a suspect in court.
As in, you just any opportunity to then just be rogue, you take it. The suspect is in remand. He's in court.
Yes.
And you're frauding people with his phone.
Now, to another story that is of huge concern. There's a new report that is showing 4 out of 10 learners in grade 4 in public schools cannot read and comprehend a grade 3 level English story.
I am unable to can.
You know all these things we talk about money?
Yeah.
Where money is lost, money is this way, money is that way, money is this way, money is that way. At the center of it all, like you always say, front and center of all this conversation, there are children who need to get into school and learn. However, this report is showing that 4 out of 10 cannot read and comprehend a grade 3 level English story. Now it gets worse, as only 3 out of 10 learners in grade 6 can read to understand the same text. Put a sentence together.
Hang on.
Reading it and understanding it are two totally different things.
Oh, absolutely, because comprehension, that's why it's reading and comprehension. They go hand in hand. But Mike, who put together this report?
So the report titled State of Education in Kenya Research Report by Zizi Afrik Foundation and Usawa Agenda.
Okay, Usawa Agenda is headed by Emmanuel Manyasa. This is also, we get information around where teachers are. 37% of science teachers, we don't have.
Yes.
This is what we are talking about, that the brick and mortar issues for education are not the only ones, that what is actually happening with learning. And when we talk about grade 4 learner, a grade 4 learner is 10 years old, 11 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you started school around 5 in Kenya.
Yes.
Right? So you do pre-primary for 2 years, and then you go into your lower primary, 1, 2, 3. So by the time you're in grade 4, you're in upper primary.
Mm-hmm.
In a year after that, you will be doing a general in a year and a half after that, you will be doing a general comprehension exam, which is the KPSEA. The KPSEA you take at grade 6. What did you say? That grade 6 learners, 30%.
Grade 4 in public schools cannot comprehend at grade 3 level.
I don't even want to. That one is okay.
Now grade 6 cannot read to understand the same text.
Thanks. Now remember, grade 6 is where we take the first of the general comprehension exams. Yeah? Is the grade 6 is where we take one of those general in the KPSEA. If you are telling me that 30% of learners in grade 6 in public schools in Kenya today cannot read to comprehend, 2 of the major English exams, let's say English and comprehension, is about writing. If you can't read, you can't write. And I'm not saying write ABC.
Yep.
I'm talking about putting together a composition. And you're going to be tested on it. So what are we delivering at the end? And this is today, now situation.
Yep.
What are we going to be delivering come December when 800,000 students sit that KPSEA? What are we going to be delivering?
You know what this means?
These are the things that blow my mind.
The report actually says, to answer what this then means at the end of the day, is that thousands of pupils are progressing through the education system.
Just getting down the hill.
Because, in a nutshell, the idea was get as many students into a class.
Yeah.
We're thinking quantity, not quality. Now, in this case, as thousands are progressing through the education system, they're not acquiring the foundational literacy skills necessary for learning in junior school, senior school, and even adulthood. So you'll end up having someone getting then into a senior school. The report actually links poor reading skills to gaps in early childhood education. So what we're doing, we have already messed up.
At the foundation.
And you can never recover that. You never.
Can't.
You'd rather start well. Then at the middle, somewhere there in the middle, you can even say, for argument's sake, let's allow a little mess. But there is a point of recovery. Now, when you mess this whole thing up from the foundation, there is no fallback plan. By the time this student is getting to Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, Form 4, they cannot have a coherent conversation because it's not even an age factor. It's because the thing was messed at the foundation.
Dennis, in this same cesspool, we have ghost schools. We have ghost students. We have teachers who've been fighting for some kind of recognition. They said, okay, fine, we'll take a non-monetary agreement. They came now later, 2025, they've given them some monetary boost. They said, okay, maybe we can't pay for exams, maybe we will. Maybe free education does not exist. We are still talking about education. In this same education, we have children then who are molested by teachers. We have all of this happening, and this education is supposed to deliver the next generation of people.
I'm telling you, we are going to pay for what we're doing to this generation. We're going to pay. We can't escape this. The ripple effect will be felt not even too long from now.
My goodness.
That's what's happening.
So Abere Bethwell is asking who takes care of pre-primary. So ECD, which is Early Childhood Development Education, ECDE, is actually taken care of by the counties.
Yes.
So that's a county government function. You were asking that question. Are they remunerated? Yes, they are, and they're paid by the county.
Yes.
Just in case you were wondering. So yes, that happens at county level. But what are we talking about now? That even all this shouting we're doing up and down, wahala, up and down, you know what? You're delivering so that, you know what? At the end of what we are saying now is that grade 6 public. For every 3 students that you count, 1 of them cannot read.
All right. And if they can read, they will not understand exactly what they're reading.
That they're reading.
Yeah. So
tell us that story.
We move on.
I beg. Yes.
Are you ready for this?
Let me arrange myself very well.
You need to have water or tea there.
I have my lime. Okay.
I was going through this story, and this will shock you. Remember, was it last week when you said Nancy Gadongo? We don't know how she sleeps at night.
Yeah.
Every week there is something. And when you talk about numbers, now listen to this. So Parliament has summoned PS Kipto over the e-citizen irregularities. So Parliament summoned Treasury Principal Secretary Chris Kipto over irregularities in the e-citizen platform after it emerged that money collected through it does not reach the Treasury accounts at the Central Bank of Kenya. So every time you go to e-citizen, you're using your services there. What is emerging? Your pesa haifiki kwa account in Central Bank of Kenya. Okay, let me just go on. So the National Assembly's Public Accounts Committee yesterday trained its guns on the PS even as it faulted the National Treasury for not implementing recommendations of the Watchdog Committee based on issues raised by the Auditor General. And these issues are not raised this year. This came during a session in which Solicitor General Shadrach Mose appeared but was unable to disclose how much the State Law Office collects in revenue through the e-citizen platform for services such as marriage licenses.
Okay.
Just marriage licenses, because there are so many services. We stick to marriage services.
Okay.
So Mose, who had appeared before the House team to respond to, these are audit queries for the 2022-2023 financial year. How many years ago? This is 2022-2023.
Those are 3 years ago.
These are queries he's answering now.
Okay.
So he said he did not have records from Treasury on how much is collected through the platform, e-citizen. And I quote, the e-citizen platform does not give us a report on how much the State Law Office collects for such services. Now, his response prompted committee chair and Butere MP Tindi Mwale to summon the PS over the same. And he says it's not only right that the principal secretary appears before this committee to shed more light on this matter that touches on other government departments. So it is not clear whether the money collected through the e-citizen platform ends up at the Exchequer accounts, and we need clarity on this. Now, Rarieda MP Otienda Molo noted that the issue had earlier been flagged by the Office of the Auditor General in 2017.
Come on.
This is when these issues were being flagged. 2017. Recommendations were made. Years have gone. Nobody bothers with those recommendations. So he faulted Treasury for not acting on the same. Now, there are so many queries on this e-citizen platform, and we all want to do is to issue a special letter to the National Treasury to explain why it has not acted on those recommendations. Now, according to the Auditor General report, now let me come to what Nancy Gadongo has come up with. The 2022-2023 financial year, 116.83 billion was generated. You know me, I love numbers,
Okay.
How much is that? 116.8 billion
shillings
was generated from 15 out of 34 gazetted marriage centers.
Okay,
so
this
15,
is just marriage.
Yes, we're only talking about marriage.
Okay.
We'll go into other details later. So, 15 out of 34 gazetted marriage centers, 116.8 billion.
Oh, wow.
However, the amount from 19 centers was not recorded.
Okay, wait.
It's not a laughing matter.
No, actually,
but
that's what I'm arranging.
It's ridiculous.
No, was it not reported, not received? It could have been received, but they didn't report it.
No. Listen, Gathongo noted this was due to the failure by the State Law Office to prepare and submit marriage fees periodical reports at the county and assistant county commissioners' offices, which is in turn responsible for the lack of quarterly and consolidated reports on marriage fees as of June 30th, 2023. So, in the circumstances, the existence of effective internal controls that ensure all revenues are collected and reported on in a timely manner. You remember there's somebody paid to do this.
Yeah.
It's not that we're coming up with this. There's somebody who sits in an office whose job is to do these reports. So out of, I tried to do a quick math here to estimate how much you could have lost, because at the moment we don't know how much is missing. We only know 116 billion was generated from 15 out of 34 marriage centers. So let's find the average per center. So if we divide 115.83 billion by the 15 centers, we get an average of 7.7 or 7.8 to round it off billion per center. Now, if we are to estimate the average for the missing 19 centers, whose numbers now we don't know, it means then we take the 7.8 billion, we times 19 centers that are missing, which gives us how much money? 148 billion. So in this case, let's assume each center generated a similar amount as the 15 reported ones. On average, what is missing here? On average, 148 billion could be missing from these 19 centers.
Over the last 2 years.
Yes. And now, we come back to, so I told you there's a lot more. Now we come back to where this drama is. I did a little digging. So the government first introduced the Citizen 2014. Now we know that story. Now since then, it has expanded and it continues expanding as the main gateway for over 5,000 county and national government services. That's why today any service you need from government, go to eCitizen. All right? In 2023, the platform suffered a major cyber attack, which affected services for over a week.
Okay, let's call it that, sure.
Okay? But then by then, the then ICT Cabinet Secretary Eliud Owalo said there's no data that was lost to the hackers. Now, sometime in April this year, there was again another growing concern of the eCitizen platform carrying the risk of a shutdown if the developers decide we are packing our bags, we are leaving. Which raised the question, who owns this platform? So the government comes out and says, we actually own the platform. There were two concerns. First, it was access of control to data, because that's where you put your pictures, your passport details, ID details, marriage certificate details, everything you can think of is there. Now, contractual documents tabled before the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security revealed that despite repeated assurances from the senior government officials, the platform is not fully owned by the state. In April this year, government spokesperson Isaac Mwaura came out to clarify that the eCitizen ownership, stating that the state procures ICT services from various providers. Let me tell you who they are. So the government, remember, government led by President William Ruto said all state services to be paid via eCitizen,
Yes.
In 2023.
Yeah.
So the contract on May 25th, 2023, the contract for the provision of support and maintenance services for the eCitizen was signed to run for 3 years. So 3 companies are the ones that manage it. So company number 1, we have Webmaster Kenya Limited, PesaFlow Limited, and Olive Tree Media Limited. Now, Webmaster Kenya owns the software which operates the eCitizen platform. PesaFlow enables real-time settlements. This Olive Tree Media operates the SMS, USSD, whatever. If I tell you the amounts of money that were in that contract and what this then means, and I'll just give you one quote before we wrap this thing up.
Because we have 10 seconds.
Yes. In the event of termination, howsoever occurring, the suppliers shall be entitled to rescind, withdraw, or otherwise uninstall all their proprietary infrastructure and resources, including all technical infrastructure, whether software or otherwise. That's what the contract reads.
They will go with their thing.
They will. If they decide we're packing to go, everything goes. The agreement further indemnifies the developers against any claims arising from data loss, system downtime, or service disruption. We've not even touched how much money now the government pays
for this thing to even happen.
So when we talk about Nancy Gadongo raising these concerns, there's a lot of monkey business going on.
That is really going on.
Which still leads to NTSA has no control over its own portal. Says the same auditor general, Nancy Gadongo. NTSA procured a portal at a cost of 186 million. That's the money they paid to get that system. But they have no control
over it. What are we doing? That has to be the question, even as we get to the top of the hour. My goodness, it continues after this.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm La Ubaga. A group of university student leaders have thrown their weight behind former Prime Minister Raila Odinga's call for an intergenerational national dialogue, or the conclave dialogue, insisting that the proposed platform must remain youth-led and free from political interference. Among the key issues the students hope can be addressed is youth unemployment, inclusive governance, police brutality and reforms to the Higher Education Loans Board. The leaders drawn from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, that is JKUAT, and Kenya, the College of Accountancy, said the time had come for young people to shape the country's future.
Comrades, power! Power! Comrades, viva! Viva! My name is Peace Love Visa, the current JKUAT Student Council President, and I'm here fully supporting the call for dialogue. We as the youth of this country are tired of dying. We are tired of losing our loved ones. We are saying no more to Mandamano. We are ready to talk. We are ready to sit down. We are ready to share out ideas. We are skilled enough. We have the knowledge. We have the capacity to build building. Therefore, we are here demanding that we be seated at the table by the government of the day.
The nation is in shock after revelations that Susan Jocki, a nurse and founder of Toto Touch organization, was strangled to death at Chiromo Hospital Group Braeside branch. This event comes as the officials or the managers of the hospital have assured the DCI that they're ready to work with them in the investigations following her death. Now, an autopsy conducted by 6 pathologists confirmed that Jocki was killed approximately 4 hours after her last meal on Tuesday, a day after she was admitted to the facility without her consent. The late Jocki, who had a history of mental health treatment, had alleged on social media that her husband, Alois Ngure, sent 4 doctors to inject her and take her to a mental facility against her will.
Susan died because of what you call manual strangulation. Manual strangulation basically means that, if I put it in a normal language, ni kunyongwa kwa shingo.
There were features of compression to the neck, and those features are in keeping with manual strangulation. There are also features of lack of oxygen in the blood as a result of neck compression.
Her family is now calling for justice even after her husband was arrested and released on bail last week.
As family, we may also decide to do toxicology and other investigations that may help us really know what happened. But what there is that we are almost satisfied because the intention of correcting her, forcing her to go to hospital against her will was there. The instruction was given by the husband.
As Kamengere's family, tunaweza shukuru sana tukapata justice kutoka kwa serikali, mtusaidia sababu tumerusa our loving sister.
And finally, the Independent Investigative Committee on Tissue and Organ Transplant Services has recommended an immediate investigation and criminal charges against Warap Mishra, founder and owner of Medihill Group of Hospitals, for alleged involvement in organ trafficking linked to a kidney transplant scandal at the facility. In a damning report presented to Health Cabinet Secretary Aidan Dwale, the 13-member team exposed massive irregularities pointing to an international organ harvesting syndicate. The data showed that between 2018 and March 2025, Medihill Hospital handled 417 donors and 340 recipients, with male patients making up 3 out of every 4 cases. The resident status data shows that 44% of recipients are residents, 16% are non-Kenyan, and a notable 38.94% have an unknown status, indicating possible gaps in documentation or lack of identification documents in the patient record. That's the Newswire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
All right, it's 7 minutes after 7 o'clock. Good morning and welcome to the Situation Room this Wednesday. I keep insisting that it's Thursday, but it's Wednesday.
What's happening on Thursday?
I don't know. Maybe.
Why are you running from Wednesday?
Who knows? Maybe there's something about this day, but we'll see anyway.
Oh, Wednesday. Ladies.
I don't do those things.
Does this still happen?
I don't know.
Wednesdays
I don't even know
ladies'
what you're talking
night.
about. I don't know. I don't know.
You're sure you don't know?
Do I have no
Your
idea?
mind is already in the evening.
I don't know. I actually don't know. Well, and even as we get to connect, I've been in the school of home fiber with you, Dennis.
Oh, yes. Have I been teaching you well?
You're a good teacher.
Okay. So
today's lesson.
Today I want to talk about value. What value do you get? Because where you're spending your money, what you expect then as the end user, you will expect value for your money. Now, when you talk about Safaricom Home Fiber, we already know, and for those who don't, the thing is you're not spending any money getting the installation done. Whether you want this done in your house or wherever, it's free installation. The router is also free, meaning that by the time you're getting the connection done, everything is just free.
Yeah.
The only thing you're paying for is just for the internet, the access to the internet. Now, what happens then when something is wrong? You have a downtime, there's a technical issue maybe. Or, as I've experienced before, there's a time I experienced a situation where I was told, there's a rat that chewed the fiber cable, so we need to replace that cable.
Yeah.
So, the pressure, because you still want to have access to the internet, it's very, very simple. Maintenance again, by the network, over 1,000 technicians around the country. Very quickly, they come, they sort you out. You're thinking of relocating, so you're moving from where you're living to another place. So when you're moving again, that movement to get reconnected is again purely free. So the transfer, there's no cost to it. That's value. The next time I'll tell you more value that is coming from the Safaricom Home Fiber.
Fantastic. So today you're telling us about the value. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So we're going to go with that. And I have to say to you that sometimes you think, okay, this is great. You've seen a deal. Somebody has sent you something, right? You say, okay, this is awesome. Then do you ever think to yourself, man, if I only had the cash to be able to do it now, because this deal is too good to be true. You've had that experience.
And you want the money like right now.
Now, you want the thing more, but you don't have the money. So it could be somebody is selling you this double door fridge and you think, I've always wanted one. And they're leaving the country and it's just great expat sale. Or there's some great piece of equipment and you know it's legit, but your bank balance says, not today, Dennis. Well, we've all miss chances like that at some point, and that's why the Loop Quick Loan makes sense. It's not just about emergencies, it's about grabbing opportunities before they disappear. It's simple. What you need to do is go to your Loop app. I know you've downloaded the app, and if you've not downloaded the app, this is the opportunity for you to go ahead and do that. I need you to then go to the Grow tab and then tap Quick Loan. It's simple. Loop app, if you've not downloaded it, go to your Apple App Store or your Google Play Store.
That's L-O-O-P.
L-O-O-P. Go to the Grow tab, tap Quick Loan, apply, and money hits your phone in minutes. No paperwork, no bank visits, no stress. You can get up to 100,000 shillings and you can repay within 30 days. It's transparent, it's easy to access, fair interest, and no hidden fees. So whether life's hitting you unexpectedly or an opportunity is knocking at your door, you don't need to wait. You need to just go ahead and Loop it. It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. So you need to download the Loop app today. And today, what we're also saying that is, once you download this, I need you to go download it. Click on that tab and apply for this loan. Take a screenshot of that application that you have made. Send us a message on our DMs, SpiceFM KE, and it could be you at the end of this show who wins 5,000 bob. Tell me what you're going to do with that 5,000 shillings. It could be yours today. At the end of this show today, we will be announcing who the winner will be.
Awesome.
Do you see?
On a cold Wednesday.
I'm telling you.
We need that money.
5,000 bob in your lap, it could be sour. So that's what we're going to be doing today. It's not just opportunity, it is a lifestyle. And so do it today as you download the Loop app. All right, as we get into those conversations this morning, he's been traveling around the world and he's come back with yet another accolade behind his name. Dr. George Wajakoya is the leader of the Roots Party and he's here with us this morning. First of all, welcome back to Nairobi.
Thank you.
Good morning, how are you doing?
A little bit of headache because of change of climate.
Yeah.
In flying zones.
Yeah.
But I'm okay.
You're okay?
Is it cold the other side?
No. If you look at Phoenix, it's 100 plus. Then you look at Florida, gone probably to 70.
100 plus, like degrees?
Yeah, it's
so Fahrenheit.
Oh, okay, Fahrenheit. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Then London is a little bit changed. So the air zone, the traveling zones have probably affected my body temperature, but my brain is still intact.
This is always a good thing. So thank you for being here this morning. Obviously, we're going to be looking at a number of things, and it's good because you've just come back with a PhD in tow. So to be able to open up some of these conversations, that philosophical and academic advantage is always a good thing. So karibu sana.
Asante.
While you were away, Dennis went to Senegal.
And that's why I was thinking that he has transformed himself, though I know him, into him, because he's a key figure. Yeah. I love his personality, his appearance, and the diminishing look. He looks at you as a wise man.
Well,
yeah, but you are.
But I am wise.
You are almost there. I can see.
Yeah, you see, we're almost wearing same colors. You see,
yeah, because
great minds.
Definitely.
Great minds.
There's that communication in spiritualism.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
So I've just come back from Senegal myself, and I've come back with a proverb. And without wasting any more time, I want to go straight to it to get your interpretation. So the proverb today is: water has no head. Water has no head.
And wind has no soul.
Oh, wow. There goes another addition. Wind has no soul.
Yes.
That can be a good combination. Water has no head. Wind has no soul. How would you interpret that?
Yeah, because you can only listen to the sound when the wind is blowing. It's telling you that there's a message being communicated through that speed. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Like the scriptures say, you can't tell where the wind is coming from and where it's going. You only feel it.
Yes, but mankind can now tell where it's coming from.
With technology.
Technology, that's what I meant by mankind.
Wow. Incredible.
Indeed. It is. So how long have you been away?
20 days.
20 days.
Yes.
But that notwithstanding, even while you've been away, obviously you've been abreast of the issues that have been carrying on in the country, and you've kept your finger on the pulse in terms of those happenings. We're having a conversation today because there seems to be a lot of push and pull between what constitutionalism requires and demands, and then also the face in country. Controversy and policy is what we're talking about today. Provocation and whether it works in African politics. We wanted to just start from looking at, do we have a different kind of politics just because we are on the African continent, first of all? And then, of course, we're using local examples to explain what we're talking about today. Do we have a different kind of politics by virtue of the fact that we're on the African continent?
To respond to that, and before I respond to it again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the universe for having made me go through the journey that I started 6.5 years ago, plus COVID in. And I'm grateful to my law school, my wife, my children, and my teachers for having achieved a second archilogue, which is one of the highest, which has been recognized by Congress. My doctorate has been recognized by Congress and archived in the Congressional Library for reference when Congress is making laws on immigration. I was told that if I was to be Nigerian, the Nigerian government could have celebrated me for having put it on the world map of academia. And I'm also grateful to Nairobi University that when I was pursuing my doctorate, I was also pursuing my postgrad at Nairobi University, which I also went through. With that having been said, the issue of policy, of which now I'm an expert on law and public policy, having looked into areas of immigration, policy is intertwined into two ways. There is the borrowed policy, which is copied and pasted. There is the event policy, which happens aftermath, after an earthquake. That's when measures are taken to contain what has happened. And there is the sustainable policy, which is advanced in terms of in eventualities. In case there is any likelihood of anything happening, this is what we are going to do. And Israel is number one in that. That's why when there is a gong or a bell to alert the environment or the people within that environment that there's a likelihood of an attack. But when it comes to our country today, we don't have policies. We have miniatures which are done to advance a course we call primitive course. Somebody's called in, somebody's asked, what can we do? And the monetary value overrides pertinent issues. So with the happening in the country today, it's all coupled because the country did not have a proper policy. Now, if you look at the African continent, and if you come to the African continent, you'll find out that the military has played a leading role in reshaping the mindset of dictators, the mindsets of the Western big spoon, the Western-oriented puppets who had been introduced, and then because of the commingling of socialism and capitalism and the Cold War, the aftermath of the Cold War, you find out that there was an outbreak of a mindset which did not collaborate, the mindset of people to sit down and try to look into what ought to be for the country in terms of sustainable thinking. Therefore, Kenya does not operate on a policy that is earmarked on sustainability. That's why you see development projects, when they come in, they're politicized. And whoever inherits what the other one has been doing comes up and says, no, we are not going to start again. policy issue is something that we have to look into.
If policy was followed by governments that, you know, succeeded one another, would we then see that there would be a continuation of some of those things being done, as opposed to every new administration trying to start its own thing? I mean, I just look very clear at the Big Four agenda that was under the Uhuru Kenyatta administration, and then no sooner than, you know, I mean, there are elements of it that continue with, you know, universal health coverage and health being one of them, as well as the housing project, which was affordable housing for all, which was under the Big Four agenda. We see some of that continuing. But are you saying that if policy was front and center of an administration, that you would see a continuance in next governments?
Yes, but then the problem is, how was that policy formulated in the first place? Was it equitable formulation, or was it a political formulation? Let me give an example of housing agenda. If you look at other countries, Ghana in particular, because its policy has worked on housing, Ghana adopted the equitable framework, where it empowered its people by telling them that, you know what, if you want to build a house of your choice. But here is the money, here are the banks, and here is the subsidies going by this, which promoted people's welfare, which also encapsulated people's traditions. You can't just come in and say, because I went to London for the first time, and I met the Minister for Housing in London, and I went around and saw estates. So I want to be like London overnight. Those people had their own, the politics of London had their own their dynamics. So you'll find that somebody has gone to England for the first time, and somebody was born in Sugoi, raised in Sugoi, and I'm not saying Ruto, raised in Sugoi, went to Sugoi Primary School, Sugoi High School, Sugoi University, then came to Nairobi for the first time and learned how to walk across the road. Then again came and interacted with different metropolitan culture. And then the person went into parliament and went outside for the first time on benchmarking. I'm going abroad, like in those days of the former leaders who used to carry the whole tribe on the plane. When you reach there, then you are walked around the corridors. Then you say, tunataka iwe namna hii. Unakuja, unasema, waziri, nataka nyumba ziwe kama ile. Come on. Is that policy sustainable? I'm talking of equitable policy framework on housing. Give people the mandate to choose. Let them have an informed choice. I want a house. I want to build a house of this particular tradition. And what do? Let me go to the bank. Can the government give me some kind of subsidy on this? What about income portfolio? The ratio of income. How much do I get? What can I do? Can I have my debt overridden by certain circumstances? What is my contribution to the national benefits, national social security? What is the peg line?
And even as we look at some of these things with the current dispensation, and when we talk about policy, which again, many nations grounded on this, I mean, we can see that the progression that they then take after that is, you know, it's worth even giving examples about and saying this is the way in which things would go. Right now, there seem to be so many things that would counter a policy or that would then come into competition with it and with what we have on the ground at the moment, whereby we hear from the president on very many an occasion that, you know what, we are trying to get our work done, which would suggest that there is a policy that is trying to be followed. But then we have all of this interruption. We have all this controversy that comes to kind of play and, you know, bloody the water or stir up the water. So how do you create a balance between that which may come against governance, which is trying to enact a policy, and what may be seen as the other side in protest to poor governance, like we see in Kenya today?
Why didn't we have these things happening during Kibaki's time? Why didn't we have these controversies during Kibaki's time? Look at this headline. I'm glad it's here. This one, which talks about the big con. What's the problem? I may start this as an example. This man, Lagat, has told a lie to the people of Kenya. And I'm not saying it because I hate him. I'm looking at it the way it is here. On top of that, during this man's reign, we have realized that Nairobi, which has got 63 police stations, out of 63, 20 police stations are manned by people of his tribe, Kalenjins. Kalenjin officer in charge of a police station. Does it mean that out of 43 tribes or 44 tribes in this country, we don't have police officers from these other tribes who can also be given a chance equitably?
Can it not be mere coincidence?
Well, I'm coming to that.
Okay.
Secondly, you'll also find that out of the short reign of this man, the entire traffic police in Busia County, the entire traffic police officers on leave and not on leave have been removed. Does it mean, what measures did he take? Because he's in charge of the police, since it's the DIG in charge of regular police, not administration police. Does it mean that he's doing that to to benefit in corruption? Now, as if that's not enough, you go to the Kenya Airport Police Authority. I'm talking as a former police officer, and I'm talking to police officers not to shoot people today, because police officers are very good people. And this shoot and then shoot to kill or shoot to maim policy, has it not come? And now this con, I call him a con man, this con has come up to say, or to contradict himself by saying that he never resigned. What kind of
never stepped aside? Yes.
Now, what kind of policy do we have? What does the Constitution say? So if that is what is now bringing controversy at this particular time, with this one example, then what kind of policy is that? This is tribal, kind of Mainianistic agitation response, where people are rioting and people are saying no. There's been a lot of killings also, not under Kanja, because Kanja was on leave when some of these demonstrations were taking place. Kanja had not actually been appointed as Inspector General of Police. You're still undergoing vetting. You find these people, especially this man, and I hate to tell him this because of the fact that he comes from Sugoi, he comes from Eldoret, he has to be put there for the kids to be shot, for people to be killed. You think we are happy with that? What kind of policy is that?
Is it a policy issue? Is it impunity? Is it governance?
Now, that's a very good question. For us from the policy industry, we shall say that is political impunity agitated in a kind of policy to make somebody be in power forever. Does it mean that we don't have another Kenyan who can be appointed? We have people who are very good like Seda, the county commander. We have people like, we have police officers who have PhDs. We have police officers who are career police officers who have done a good job even during Kenyatta's time, during even Kibaki's time. But why should this man now be there to become a thorn in the flesh of Kenyans? Can somebody tell me that? Or am I the one who is very stupid today?
Is that happening because of where he's from?
Yes.
Or the character or the character of this man? Is it because of where he's from? Can we really make the distinction?
Yes, because he has...
Prof, and say because of the fact that he is from the same place as the president, that is why we see this behavior?
No, it's not that way. It is because of his actions. It is because he has made Nairobi to be a tribal base for him. And that's why we need a policy now to countercheck that before a police officer or police officer is transferred to a station, let's look at equitable balance of other regions. Because it's not only Kalenjins who live in Nairobi. We have other tribes that live here that have also sons and daughters who are police officers. So that is tribal, because my president is from my area. He has appointed me, let me do as it is. Do you have a committee that he reported, or National Police Service Commission? Did it sanction that? Maybe if that is what it is that their policy? That questions Kenyans are looking for. And the reality is here. It's not far. I'm not being political. But I'm looking at it the way it is. Does it mean that the ratio of Kalenjin police officers in this country is higher than Kikuyus or Luos? Or how many are they to warrant this kind of thing? Are they being appointed because of merit? Or are they being appointed because of tribe? Because this man is there. Why has he sacked the entire traffic police in Busia County?
Why did that happen? Has he? Yeah, I guess that's a...
For what purpose? So that he can replace them with these henchmen, that he can conduit traffic flow of money to his pockets? And the controversy that happened recently, if it was an advanced nation, or if he had the conscience, he could have stepped aside and then said, I'm sorry. But if he lied, come on, who will trust the police? Yet I'm telling them today, look, I'm your colleague. I was a police constable. I've risen within the ranks. I've gone to school. You can do like I do. Please don't shoot. Because when you shoot, like what the president is telling you, that shoot in the leg, and the minister in charge of internal security is also telling you that shoot when you see them near a police station. And then we have, both of them are Kalenjins, and we have another Kalenjin. That means it is premeditated, it is arranged, and it's within their political quacking policy.
Is it possible to look at these issues without a tribal lens? You are a former police officer. During your time, was that a factor? Did you notice during your time when you're around other officers, there's a tribal element in terms of appointments, in terms
Definitely.
of those who are getting into the police service?
Definitely. But it was not as big as it is. Like, for example, I was the first OCS of Kasarani police station at a very young age. And I thank President Moi for that, because he had seen very far. Moi never interfered a lot with the police. Secondly, I was PA to Kanyotu, the former director of Special Branch. And he took me because of what I was, because of what I was capable of disseminating. And if you look at the formation in the entire country during that particular time, there was equity distribution in terms of performance and skills, not tribe.
But in all fairness, if you look at DIG Lagat, without this whole drama and what's going on currently, there is sure some merit rising through the ranks to where he is today. You could argue there is merit. It's not favoritism.
That's true.
So that's why I'm asking, is it then possible for us then to look at issues and personalities beyond the tribal lens?
Let us recall his file. I can only answer that the question, being an expert in that area of law, if, again, his files are recalled.
Okay.
So that you can look at it. Did he get these promotions by doing evil, manifesting and doing evil? Or did he get these promotions on merit? If you got them on merit, then what is he doing? Is this what made him to be promoted rapidly so that he could actually be an achiever of tribal card within the police service?
But what will be the sacrifice? I'm just trying to think. Well, as it is constitutionally, the police service is independent. The president has said he will not interfere. It's independent. Although there are statements here and there, even from the interior CES, that will contradict that statement. But then if you're to look at the service as it is, and you look at the executive as it is, in terms of now interference and all the issues that have, come out, the order, shoot to kill order, the shoot to maim, and all that, why would you sacrifice a legacy? Why would you sacrifice yourself to keep holding someone like DIG Lagat in office with all these issues notwithstanding? How does it make sense?
Come again.
I'm asking, why would the executive, for example, because you have connected the dots and you say there's a reason why he's there, why would anyone then keep a person like DIG Lagat in office with all these issues notwithstanding? Because there's a lot at stake by keeping him with all these things that are coming out now. Why still?
If he's being kept at a person's pocket, that's fine. But if he's being kept at taxpayers' expense, whose expectations and legitimate expectation is higher, and whose service performance is looked into in terms of nationalistic Kenyans are looking at you. We are paying you to be there for us. You are destroying our soul. You are destroying our heart and soul. Then there is that issue. But if it's being kept there to suppress, then definitely let him be there. Because if it's the only way that the president can keep this man there so that he can achieve his legacy, so that he can come out with statements of shoot to kill, so that the Minister for Internal Security can come out and tell the nation, tell the police that even if they come near the police station, shoot to kill. With the backing of this kind, with the Kalenjin community being the majority, so let it be.
We'll come back and we'll continue with this conversation. We're talking this morning with Dr. George Wajakoya, who is the leader of the Roots Party. And we're saying, okay, well, with what we see, controversy versus policy, what actually then takes center stage? We'll be back with this as we continue looking at more examples, of course, that come out of the society where we are today. And I've got to say that there's a certain kind of stress that hits you when the bills are due. You know, sometimes you're saying, okay, how am I going to pay this? And you get to sometimes unexpected bills and something jumps out of the woodwork and you say, okay, this was not planned. I had planned, and it comes in the middle of the month, and you ask yourself, okay, so where are we going to do this? Again, there's no food in the house. Somebody needs something urgent for school, or your rent is due and you are running short because of one reason or another. Because these are not the easiest times, and a boost could actually go a long way. You've budgeted, you've planned, but life doesn't always wait for payday, does it? No, it doesn't. So this is where the Loop Quick Loan comes through for you. It's not about borrowing recklessly. It's about managing your finances and handling any shortfalls with ease. It's enabling you to stretch your budgets, smoothen any cash flow gaps, and maintain financial momentum through the month. So how does it work? It's actually very simple. You need to go to your Loop app. If you've not downloaded it, you need to go to the Play Store, you need to go to the Apple App Store and get that downloaded right now. Go to the Grow tab. You click on the Quick Loan and apply. You can access up to 100,000 shillings instantly. No forms, no queues, no office visits or calling your manager to approve anything. You get fair interest rates, no hidden charges. You don't need to fall into the trap of predatory lending. Loop Quick Loan is trustworthy and can come through during a financial crunch, enabling you to take control of your finances with instant, transparent and flexible quick loan options right now when you need it the most. So the next time you need a financial boost, don't need to panic, just Loop it. It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Remember, 5,000 shillings up for grabs today. Do what I've just told you to do. Take a screenshot of it and get into our DMs today, and it could be you walking away with 5,000 bob. We'll do it today with Loop at 23 to 8.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Buda, landlord amenipea deadline ya leo. Salon nayo imechelewa. Junior amekuwa msik. Yani drama iko kila mahali.
Bro, wacha pressure. Loop iko na quick loan, unaweza get straight to your phone. That's right. You can now sort out unexpected expenses with a new quick loan on Loop. Borrow up to 100,000 shillings and repay within 30 days. No paperwork, straight to your phone. Simply go to Grow on your Loop app and click quick loan to apply.
Na imeingia. Landlord pewa yako. Stress toka hapa.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Download Loop today. Loop is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
This month on Star Times, love burns, romance gets hotter, secrets run deeper, and the drama never lets up. Loyalty is tested in a war for power on Gangs of Manila on Novella E. Gigi seeks vengeance at any cost in beautiful revenge. Witness the timeless love of Rama and Sita in Ramayan on Novella E+. Honor meets heartbreak in the Chinese drama Feud on ST Kung Fu. Two sisters, one destiny. Together, they are unstoppable in Divya Drishti on Rembo TV+. Renew your subscription for 2 months on your current bouquet and get a free upgrade to the next bouquet for 2 months. Dial *858# for self-service or call 0730-710077 for customer care. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Can you grow your wealth anywhere?
Anytime, without the right partner? Imagine expanding your portfolio with investment opportunities globally. while protecting your wealth and legacy.
Standard Chartered's unique global network and deep local insights give you unparalleled expertise
anywhere, right now.
Now's your time for wealth. Join Priority Banking today.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
20 minutes to 8 o'clock. Professor George, Dr. George Wajakoya is here with us in the studio. Either. It can be prof or doctor.
Yes.
I mean, for goodness sake, after you get to that philosophy level, we'll go with prof. And so, you know, when we continue with this conversation this hour and we get down to the nitty gritty, so many of the things that are happening, and I mean, we go into later conversations, but sure, and one must ask the question that when you have policy, it's clear that you stand on it. What the state has been saying most recently, and we've heard it from the president, is that you are actually provoking the arms of government. You are provoking the police. You are provoking the administration to want to do a certain thing by the things that you do. Is protest provocation? And how then do you deal with it in where, as you say, the policy is weak?
Protests are covered in the Constitution. Mm-hmm. So whenever they are being done, they are done in accordance with the law. But if you are in power, and I remember when I was teaching constitutional law in the United States on First Amendment rights, freedoms, and the 14th Amendment tenets, where a government or administrative official interferes with speech, free speech, which could either be artistic speech, terms of expression. You go and draw a leader that you don't like or whose policies you don't like, and you put a meme on him with horns and what have you, artistic expression of speech. Nobody can come in, no one can come in to restrain you from that speech. What Ruto is doing is he's putting advanced fear, future threat, which is not actionable under the law of thought. He's actually restraining speech. That's what you call restraint of speech. If you look at the Supreme Court decisions, particularly in the United States, you'll find out that the courts have taken libertarian freedoms and have applied very high tests, whereby if the United States president ever interfered with the fundamental freedoms in terms of expressing futuristic threats, then that becomes a restraint of speech. But what Ruto is doing it in a dictatorial fashion. A dictator will always try to surround himself with ego, very egoistic and very unbelieving and very unsettled wherever he is. And that's why he has the audacity of telling parents to keep their children at home. Otherwise, kama hamtaki kuambia watoto wenyu wataumia. Those kind of threats are the ones that ignite fire among the younger generations.
That will then be seen as provocation?
Yes, because it's provoking. Instead of doing what ought to be done, he is provoking these kids to go back. It's like if you come and tell somebody, like I come in and say, why are you always stealing my stuff? Or why are you always being unfaithful? You are my wife, but you are unfaithful. And you yourself know that you are not being unfaithful. I'm just trying to do this to tame you so that other men will not look at you. Trust me, if you get a chance, you'll be more unfaithful than what it is. So Ruto is planning these problems himself, coming in with threats to threaten people like us, so that we can now go and stay in kind of arrested and retarded mindset that we don't do. That will not work. But he has a chance to do things, to improve things, if at all he wants to.
Well, he has said these events are organized. And to just quote him, why me? There were other presidents before me. These things never happened, even in their first term. So, according to President William Ruto, he believes that these things are being planned by detractors and by people who are out to make sure that his development agenda does not go through. So that there is reason then to say you did not perform and therefore one term.
He has been lying. Ruto has lied throughout. He has made promises that he has not fulfilled. And if you promise a child a banana and you don't deliver a banana to that child and you keep on promising him that banana every day, the child will resent. It's his own mouth, his own actions that have made into these reactions. But however, having said so, there are also people who have taken advantage. There are people who have taken advantage of that so that they could achieve what they want to. Because some people see him as a person who is actually interfering with their ways. I cannot rule that out. There are those who I'm sure that have also come out to oppose him and to take advantage of his own failures. There are people who might be fomenting threats, because we saw during the Gen Z, the first Gen Z, everything was okay. But now we have seen Gen Z being hijacked by some of these opposition leaders to condemn Ruto. That one, I don't stand with that. There's these leaders now who have come in and they have coined a message to condemn Ruto so that they can be seen to be the other alternative. What they are not telling us is what they are going to do after Ruto's replacement. They are not telling us that we are going to do this. They are just coming up in cocoon, in a chorus, by saying the name Ruto in the morning, Ruto in breakfast time, tea time, lunch time, afternoon, night, Ruto must go one term. But if you look at those who are saying it, they are not telling us what they did when they were in power. So they have also no moral authority to come in and interfere with the Gen Z revolution. Some of those fellows were very bad. If you look at some of them who are ministers for those particular times, there are people who died. This is the River Yala issue, where people are drowned. Nobody has been able to account for that. And that's why maybe this time I'm trying to agree with Gachagua, though we are not friends, though we made a truce. Gachagua is still at least telling people what Matiang'i would have been telling people. Even if Gachagua is lying, he's at least saying that I was told to do this, and this is what was happening. Fair enough. Now, if you look at these other leaders, they are not coming up to say that I was a minister for defense, or minister for water, or minister for housing. This is what we are doing. They are covering that and camouflaging and taking the whole toll on Ruto. That one, they are wrong also.
Yet in that whole conversation, because it is what we are seeing and what we're witnessing with the political class, some will call legacy politicians, is the case where when I was in government, this is what was happening. Now, this is, like you're saying, this is being said outside when somebody has just left, or they were told to resign, or they were kicked out of office. This is the time they're speaking these things. They never spoke when they were inside. And to still circle back to the conversation around communities and tribe, these are conversations that are actually happening at that level, devoid of all the issues that have been raised by the young people from last year. The issues that have been raised, issues of taxes, issues of accountability, good governance, issues of impunity, dealing with all these things. But at the top level, we're not having those conversations about governance. The conversations are, my community is being targeted. Let's protect our own. On this other side, it is, let's galvanize together as tribal blocks against this one man. And so when you look at both sides, that seems to be the driving theme, that, look, we need to put our house in order. It is us versus them. On this other side, it is us versus them, around the tribal lines. And you spoke earlier about, the community and everything. Has then that seemed to be the driving force around politics in this country? And we're forgetting there's a generation that is rising that is not tribal at all. They're issue-based.
I think I'm happy that you have raised that issue. If you look at these groups, the Gachagua-led group, the Raila-led group, and the Ruto-led group, all these people need to go to open way. Let us, even let me step aside and give room to the issue-based mindset to set an agenda for this country. I say this with conviction by giving an example of the military coups in West Africa. Coup after coup after coup, and tribalism has been killed in countries like Burkina Faso, where people are tired. And the young soldiers came up and they said, enough is enough. We shall now take over and run this country. And that's why you see the GDP for Burkina Faso today is the highest. It's becoming the highest, and Burkina Faso has become the fourth most developing nation in the world according to the World Bank Index. In this country, you'll find out that these people have been there for ages. I remember, and I can attest to the fact that at your age, how many times have you been told that you are the leader of tomorrow? It's the same people, it's the same mindset that is actually reinventing itself. And when they see that they're not gaining what their interests are, they run back to the tribal cocoon. Somebody goes to steal lots of money from the government, and when he's arrested, he runs back to his tribe and say, our tribe is being done this. That's why I want to get rid of that if I'm given an opportunity. And that's why I would like to step down if there's agency who will do better than myself, or if we can work together as a team. That's what is killing this country. But Ruto can steal if he wants to, because there's still a chance. He can come out and get people, sit down with them, lay the foundation for 1 year, even if it means some kind of mild dictatorship, and set the house straight. Now you can see Gachagua has come up with the tribal card. He's always talking of we Kikuyus. Yeah, wherever he goes, the house of Mumbi. The constitution allows him, if he wants to, he can go and hold a referendum and have a Kikuyu republic, if that's what they want. You can see Raila, on the other side, has got his own people. The Luos are saying, if there's no Baba, there's no country. They can as well do the same. The only question I'm asking myself is, why are the Kalenjins very quiet, apart from Ruto? Why are the Luyas fighting among themselves? So to remove all that, probably we shall need a military coup.
Is that what you're advocating for?
Yeah.
Is that a solution to the problems
if it is for the betterment of this country, why not?
But we don't have very good examples of military coups taking over a country.
My friend, if you look at America, which is about how many years old, there have been coups after coups after coups until everything was made good. If you look at Burkina Faso, it's an example. If you look at South Africa, whatever happened, there was militants that came in to remove agitators of democracy. If you look at Russia, I mean, let's call a spade and move ahead. This country needs total liberation from where we are today.
But if
it's not by the so-called elections where there is no universal suffrage in that election, where a tribe with the majority will always lead, then what about the smallest tribe in this country? When will they? If at all you have to go tribal. Let's change and have electoral system, college system like in America, where everybody can feel secure.
But Prof, you can't say we have a military coup. Surely,
I have a freedom of expression.
I totally agree. You have
and
that freedom.
I can say what is better if it's to the best interest of any developing country. So I know many people will have to say, "Oh, we mutu amefanya." So what?
But do you think we've run out of options?
Yes.
You think we've run out of options?
Well, we are running out of options.
So
whereby if the head of state can come up and say, you can now shoot them in the leg.
Well, let me ask you this then, that if there would be a turnaround and where issue-based politics then ruled the roost, and that governance then took on the embodiment of saying, let's deal with the issues. Because, I mean, take your pick today. Just this morning, are we not seeing the Auditor General has been running helter-skelter over the last couple of weeks? If it's not education and the money that's been stolen, if it's not not finding ghost schools or whatnot, if it's not that e-citizen 116 billion shillings in 2 years cannot be accounted for, if we don't know where money for this goes and the PS Treasury has to be asked questions, these are issues. And these form the base of the issues that people have been going to the streets to ask for accountability over. But what I hear you saying is that if Kenya had governance that was issue-based governance and wanted to deal on issues of accountability and transparency and proper management, if the president today were to say, you know what, guys, let's turn this ship around, do you think then that he's able to deal with those things on an issue-based level?
We shall work with him. If he does that today, we shall sit down and then we shall put things down and involve the Gen Zs. That's why in my government, I want to have a special ministry run by Gen Zs, the Ministry of Gen Zs, so that they can actually look at everything that happens in my government and hold whoever they suspect to have stolen government money accountable. If Ruto today came up and said, I'm totally putting this upside down and I want people to come in and work with me, we shall work as a team, if it's issue-based. But if it is issue of being told, like the sackings that are happening every day, that, let me give you the ministry and the money so that you can join me, we are not there. He can still change, he can still do it. He has the room. He's still young and he can do even better. He had the energy to transform this country into what we want the country to be. But look at look at what he has taken. Look at him and his children also. Look at what... Did you ever see Kibaki's children buying buses and doing what have you? No. There are certain things that he has to do at the moment so that he can restore public confidence within this nation.
Let's look at independent institutions. You say in your government you will have a ministry of Gen Zs that will then oversight and look into what other ministries are doing, call out those who are corrupt. If you were to run Kenya today, what will be your top 3 agendas? What will you do different if given that opportunity today?
The first thing is I will be a dictator. Second, you ask for 3 things, I'll again be a dictator. And the third, I'll again be a dictator, an economic dictator. I want things to be done in the open. I want things to be done in the full view of the people that I'm ruling. I want everybody to be accountable. If it comes to building infrastructure, I want to be involved to see where the road is going and when is it going to be finished.
So there's hope from what you're saying.
Yes.
You said previously that if everybody were to step aside and somebody who came in, then with these issue-based governance that we're talking about now, then everybody could actually step aside and let the ball go.
Yes. Kenya is greater than some of us. If you can get somebody who can come in and say, this is the agenda I have, this is how you're going, and disagreeable, why not give that person a chance?
Do you believe dialogue is a chance?
Yes.
Raila has called for dialogue.
No, that one I don't agree with.
Why?
Thank God you have asked. I am not going to agree with that the dialogue because I don't know what it entails. We have had a lot of dialogues.
Well, this one is intergenerational.
Intergenerational.
Yes.
Who let it be proposed by Gen Zs, but not Raila or any other politician. Let it come from them willingly, notoriously, publicly. Let them come with the agenda and tell the nation this is our agenda. But let's not have one of us to come up and say when NADCO report was not done, when Ndung report was not done and what have you. Now, if it comes now, how long are we going to take? Where are we going to have the budget, the money from? What about the time consumption? Who are those Gen Zs that are going to be involved? Who is going to appoint them? Let it come from them, not from Raila. Raila is my personal friend. I speak with him. He's Baba. Baba will always be Baba. But on this one, I disagree with him.
You think his time is up?
There's nothing like time's up. Yeah, age doesn't matter in leadership. We have Trump.
In terms of his influence, not age. In terms of...
No, Raila will always be Raila. And the issue of age does not matter. You can even have a small kid like that one in Mbale who is running for Mbale municipality seat. A little boy who has come up and is taking Mbale by storm in the current elections. So when it comes to issues of proposals, let it be equitable. If Raila is proposing something, let him propose. Before he proposes, let him call Kalonzo, Wajakoya. Maybe he has called the other ones. I have not been called. Other stakeholders. And we sit down, and then he'll come up and say, this is what I want to propose. What do you guys feel like? Then we shall say, no, let us do this, let us do this. But you can't come up and say, we propose this again. Ningesema Kijaluo Makiluya. This one nimekataa. Baba will always be my friend, but on this one, Baba, wherever you are, you never consulted me, so I'm not going to agree unless you tell me exactly what you meant by this enclave stuff. Conclave. Yeah, please.
Right. I mean, look, it's the rumblings of conversations that are happening around the country. Thank you for joining us this morning, just to be able to hear different thoughts and then to say what then contributes towards this discourse. If anything is clear, that something must be done and that there must be conversations onto action for these policies that we started this conversation around. Thank you so much, George Wajakoya, for joining us. Get back on top of the weather after having been around the world for a while.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning at 8 o'clock.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga. The Orange Democratic Movement Secretary General Edwin Sifuna has sensationally declared the Memorandum of Understanding between the party and the ruling United Democratic Alliance party null and void following the recent killing of teacher and blogger Albert Ojwang while in police custody. Speaking in an interview with a local TV station, Sifuna said the tragic incident marked the collapse of the agreement, which he insists had already shown signs of crumbling due to what he termed as bad faith from the Kenya Kwanza administration. The Nairobi senator further disclosed that he had been opposed to the MOU from the onset, warning the ODM party against entering into any formal arrangement with UDA.
And the reason I declare this MOU dead is because the initial argument for entering into this MOU was twofold. First of all, it was for the sustenance of life. For the sustenance of life, that we were losing people unnecessarily. That can we all agree that this is not something we need to continue doing? We need to stop killing our people. So on the day that Albert Ojwang dies in a police cell, to me this agreement is dead.
In addition, Sifuna has accused the Kenya Kwanza government of not having good intentions in collaborating with Raila Odinga, saying the issue has been causing resentment and anxiety among its members.
I have explained to him my frustrations, the difficulties of having to explain what we are doing with this rogue regime, the confusion that has come upon my mind because this is not what I was taught. You know, me, I don't know how I can explain. Because I've told you I've only known one leader. I've only known one political party. I know what this party stands for. So every time there is things that are at odds with what I have been taught, have been conditioned to believe, then the confusion becomes too much. And even today, he continues to listen to objections. By the way, it's not just Sifuna who objects to some of these things.
Sifuna's statement comes just days after ODM leader Raila Odinga himself promised that ODM and UDA would continue to work together until 2027.
I would not say it, that I'm running. And in my view, we are in 2025. It's too early for anybody to talk about 2027. We have said that we are in the broad-based government after 2027. But we have not said that we are going to stick with the order beyond 2027. Those are issues that we'll discuss at the appropriate time.
Some stakeholders in the health sector in Nyanza region have now come out to strongly oppose the changes being made in the Ministry of Health under the orders of Cabinet Secretary Aidan Duale. According to Newton Ogada, the current systems used in the payment of SHA has made it costly and denied a number of Kenyans health services.
SHA, you can borrow money from the same government to pay SHA, and you pay monthly, or you pay according to the way you can. What's the difference of paying per month with borrowing to pay again per month? These things are not making sense to the people of Kenya, and we are killing health sector with no proper reason. If somebody has been stealing money from SHA, we have investigating officers, we have the authorities. Send the authorities to such hospitals, let these people be arrested and taken to court.
Ogada has also criticized the closure of more than 1,000 private hospitals, saying it has led to the unemployment of thousands of health workers.
Private sectors have been employing these people from the university. Now you are closing where we have been giving employment to. Where do you want to take these families who have been working in level 3 A's and B's, who are now losing their job? There's a big concern in health, and we have to make sure that we address this according to it should be addressed. Recently, I heard the minister talking about the private hospital. You cannot manage a country without a private sector.
And in the international scene, Donald Trump has accused Barack Obama of treason, claiming he plotted to sabotage his first presidency by linking him to alleged Russian election meddling. Trump claimed Obama had sought to undermine his 2016 victory over Hillary Clinton by stealing the elections. A spokesman for Obama issued a rare retort, calling Trump's attack a weak attempt at destruction. Trump was referring to a report from the U.S. Director of National Intelligence last week that accused Obama and his national security team of a years-long coup against President Trump, findings that Democrats have branded false. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
7 minutes after 8 o'clock. Good morning. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, getting into Wednesday proper with those conversations that we need to have. There have been words that have been flying around, and we're going to be talking about that in this hour. If you tuned in, our live streams are on Facebook, YouTube, and on X, and we're also live on KTN around the country and indeed around the world. Karibu Sana. Dennis,
yes.
Value is what we're talking about today.
Value for money.
Yes.
Because as a user, and you want to enjoy your internet services from Safaricom Home Fiber, what you want at the end of the day is you think through. So if it's not working, there's downtime, then what happens? Well, the thing is, and this is something I've experienced before, when there's downtime, you get compensated as they try to fix any technical issue. The compensation is you get data bundles, 5 GB data bundle. And what I've done, for example, in my own house, sometimes when I experience the downtime, is I can then hotspot, from my phone to any other gadget in the house as I wait within the 24-hour period for the issue to be sorted. So that's value. But let me sweeten this a bit more.
Okay.
You know about the DSTV stream?
Yes.
Well, you can now enjoy DSTV stream, an offering that combines Safaricom Home Fiber with DSTV premium content. How?
Yes.
Well, what you need to do is first, as a Home Fiber customer, you can enjoy the value of up to 10% discount on the DSTV stream subscription packages. So you think of the packages or whatever it is that you want to then stream from DSTV, you get up to 10% discount when you're using the Safaricom Home Fiber. So the Home Fiber customer will then dial *400 *6 hash. Let me repeat that again. *400 *6 hash, and add it onto your Home Fiber package. That's simple.
Oh, voila.
Yep.
Okay, so this is the value that we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm telling you more value.
Okay, yes. You're bringing the value this morning, so that is absolutely fantastic. And remember, I told you that if you run into a little bit of a sticky situation and you're not quite sure how to get out of it, as normally happens every now and then, there's somewhere you need to be looking into. Sometimes life just does that thing on you, and you're thinking, okay, adulting can be exhausting sometimes. You've got rent, you've got bills, you've got groceries, maybe a child's needs, and then your mom comes calling with a medical bill back home, and you're like, okay, so where is this supposed to come from?
Kuna mchango nimeitwa kwa kanisa mahali.
Bas.
Nizindikishe.
We go together. And you don't want to say no. You can't say no, but you're already stretched thin. That's why I genuinely appreciate the Loop Quick Loan. It doesn't wait for bank hours. It doesn't ask you to fill endless forms or jump through hoops. It simply meets you where you are, right there. And it helps you keep moving. Just open your Loop app today. If you've not got it, download it. Apple App Store, Google Play Store. Tap on the Grow app. That's the app. That's the tab that you need to be looking for. The Grow tab, and then you click on Quick Loan. Apply in minutes. You can borrow up to 100,000 shillings. There are charges, but they're not hidden. The best part, no paperwork, no queues, no getting trapped with the fine print or hidden fees. It's truly seamless, instant, transparent, and flexible right when you need it most, so don't get stuck. Simply access Loop Quick Loan and get back to taking control of your finances with dignity and ease. It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it and download the Loop app today. And remember, I told you, as you're doing all those things, when you're clicking on the Grow tab, take a screenshot of that thing that you're doing. Get into our DMs of SpiceFM KE, and you can do that on Facebook. You can do that on X. Talk to us. Take a screenshot. It could be you winning 5,000 bob today. Well, not you, but you.
Oh, not me.
Not you, but you. Do that today, and you could then download. You could apply for a loan, but you could also walk away with 5,000 shillings today, thanking Loop. All right, we're getting into a conversation this hour. Many words have been thrown around over the last couple of weeks, and sometimes we're not even quite sure what they mean or what they portend. But that's why these two gentlemen are here in the hot seat this morning. He's former president of the Law Society of Kenya, Eric Theuri. He's here with us this morning. Good morning.
Morning to you.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you for honoring the invitation. Patrick Okoh is an ex-military officer and a security expert, and he also joins us this morning. Good morning, Patrick.
Good morning to you, Audrey.
How are you doing?
Very fine.
Thank you too for coming.
Thank you.
We're going to welcome you even as we get into this conversation with today's proverb. Dennis has gone to Senegal.
Yes.
And we'd like to hear interpretation of the Senegalese proverb.
All right.
All right. Has any of you gone to Senegal?
I just got to know that they elected their president who was in prison. So that is how powerful the people are.
Indeed.
Yes.
Powerful and very, very wise.
Yes, very wise.
So our proverb is a very simple one. It's a 4-worded proverb. And early in the morning we said when you have proverbs that are very few words, sometimes they sound very difficult, but they're very, very simple.
Right.
This one is one where you don't need to think a lot. And it's very simple. Water has no head. Water has no head. How would you interpret that proverb? Give you a moment to think.
Oh yes, that's a deep one.
Yeah. Like I said, the fewer the words, the more complex it sounds, but it's very, very simple.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's quite heavy, but I think is it? There's some sense of formless. I mean, water has no form, so I mean it can take any direction. It can. So that's. In very few words also, I'm trying to be as short as
the proverb itself. Fantastic.
Yep. What I would really look at it is water conforms to the shape that is given. At the same time, is a calamity that also can cause harm, though it does not start or end. So it means that it depends on how you handle things or handle situations to be able to be channeled where they're supposed to be. That the Proverbs.
Both of you are so spot on. Like I said, it's not complex. It's all about flexibility.
Yeah.
It's just about flexibility.
Right.
Spot on.
Indeed. All right, so we're getting into a security and anti-terrorism conversation this morning because it's absolutely necessary that we do. Obviously, we know that today there are a number of people who are being held because of charges of terrorism. We know that there are folks who've been arrested and then at their release have been rearrested by the anti-terror police unit. And when being asked about bail, we've also been told that by the CS that, even this 50,000 shillings that you people are talking about, that is a low amount of bail for these charges of terrorism, which are serious in the country today. Let's start off with you, Eric, from a legal point of view, where we are looking at these things. Let's start with definitions, first of all. When we hear terrorism, the thing that we think about is somebody in certain regalia blowing up a plane or something. That's what we think about. It's in our heads in that manner. But apparently, it's different. Why?
Well, I think your understanding of terrorism and my understanding of terrorism is what we know terrorism to be. That there are people who are determined that they would want to disrupt public order, they would want to cause fear and mayhem, they would want to kill people, they would want to interfere with critical systems in the country. And in most instances, they also have a cause that they are pursuing. So be it religious, be it, political, be it ethical, in terms of ethics or, tribe. And so that is what we understand terrorism to mean. And that actually is what terrorism is. And when you look at our laws, although they define those acts of terrorism, including destruction of property, killing, and all that, when you see the thread that runs through how terrorism is defined, all those ingredients are actually set out in the law. And one of the things that will obviously come when you read the definition of what terrorism is that if the destruction of property arises from a situation of riot or demonstration that may turn into a riot, that in itself, even though it may constitute the ingredients that define terrorism, then that cannot be terrorism. So I think we are witnessing a situation where, in my own view, you could call a government setting up war against its own people by labeling them terrorists.
If, Patrick, terrorism is the use of violence or threats of violence against civilians with the goal of instilling fear, coercing governments, or advancing political, religious, or ideological objectives, is that what we see playing out with the individuals who are in remand right now or who are waiting for bail? Do we see that they, in this case, then could be or would be guilty of terrorism?
Absolutely not. I want to say first, I, Patrick Osoi, I trained in anti-terrorism and terrorism training. And what I want to say is that what we are seeing today and what we do not understand as a Kenya is that we have a book, a constitution that is only used when the government systems want to weaponize it to use against the citizens of this country. I want to bear witness that most of you, we also were surprised even how the impeachment took place. We never saw that come to be. So we are having a book and a constitution that is being used, or that can only be used by these individuals to weaponize it against, or rather to protect themselves to continue what they are doing. So on the context of terrorism, I want to say that our police officers, when they are training in Kiganjo, they are not trained on dealing with terrorism. They are civil police to start with. So when we have provisions of special unit in the government system, and especially from the police service, actually, these are small units provided and trained specifically to be used by individuals to undermine the power of the people, or to undermine some individuals, or rather to be used as, I would say that legalized militia. That's what I would say. And I want to say that because I'm a person who have been in the system and not just in military special forces, I also worked for the National Intelligence Service. So we have the information. And the information is that these ATPU police officers are not happy to just start with because they know they are not doing what they're supposed to do. They are not trained, if in this case, to deal with terrorism, and not to deal with the Kenyan people or to deal with the citizens. They are trained to deal with terrorists. And when we talk of terrorists, let me tell you, Odu, even if today I found you with a gun, it does not define that you are a terrorist. You must have intentions of terrorism to aid to amount to be a terrorist. It's just a criminal offense for me to find you with a gun, or to find you even with materials that can amount to any damage. So what I'm seeing here today is provisions of some, malicious things, and the information that is there, and that is which we have, is that the government of today, they have decided to use the government systems, and in this case, ATPU police, we have other special unit within the government system, just to undermine and to be able to intimidate, and also not just to intimidate the citizens of this country, also to intimidate our constitution, because as you see in the provision of our article 37, 33, the provision of freedom has been infringed by the government system of today. And just to surprise you, I think, Madam Odu, you know me, maybe my presenter today might not know me. Last year, when I came around from the state, I declared to run for Kenyan presidency in 2027. This is not just a mission that I decided to do. Remember, coming from the uniform, we are not political. I've heard the government system even accusing people of anarchy. But I look at it and wonder where and what anarchy is. The anarchy comes in when there is no order. And when it is no order, there are two options to happen, either anarchy or the coup. Those are only two options that the government system has to do. And let me tell you, those are forms of government also that can also help the government to be run in the way the people want it to be run. So when we have the authority, and this authority which is provided to be with the people under Article 1, then the people take the mandate to run it. And let me just try to balance it in this case, that when we have leaders who are, in quote, terrorists in power, then it amounts to the citizens who also act towards the same force. So the disconnect we are seeing today, and the issues we are seeing today, even the accusation of young men, 18 years, 20 years, who do not even understand what a terrorist is, who they have never even witnessed, not like us who have dealt with terrorists one-on-one. A terrorist aspect, or a terrorist person who has often to be a terrorist, is someone who has intentions and defined intentions, whereby if you check, Wakili will tell you today that in Kenya we do not have something called mens rea and actions rea, where we look at the circumstances of why things happen. Those things are only checked when a prominent person has gotten into any kind of crime, or they have committed some kind of a crime. So what we are seeing today, Madam Odu, is that we really are in a very bad state as a country, where young men who do not have any weapons, and mark you, most of the people who have been shot in the street did not even have a pen to poke anybody, did not have anything to do. And the act of terrorism should be dealt with, I would say this, by the military trained special unit. That's what I would say, special forces and long-range surveillance is them that have been trained to deal with terrorism, to do interrogations. And before you even accuse a terrorist, you need to do interrogation first. Interrogate them before even you are laying them in court. If today and when I was in the special forces, when we caught any terrorist, you cannot arraign them in court. First, you have to do interrogation to determine the intentions if they meet the threshold to be called a terrorist.
So yes. So Eric, if we look at the court system or the procedure for this, it's a pretty serious charge, this terrorism. It's serious. So for such charges to be leveled against anybody, and then by the next morning, such charges to be dropped, what would be the process for seeing that would be the charge that would be leveled first? What would I need to see? What would I need to then, as the state, in this case, would be the office of the ODPP, what would need to be clear that will say, okay, this is where we've landed at terrorism, or this is where we've landed as a different kind of offense? And then in the next instance, literally 24 hours later, drop such charges.
I'd want to think that obviously there was a bit of uproar and pressure arising from declarations that certain charges, especially terror-related charges, are going to be preferred against some individuals. And because you see, the process is that there must be prior investigations. Those investigations must reveal an offense known in law, and those offenses that are known in law have certain ingredients, and when those ingredients are met, then the DPP will approve the charges. If those ingredients are not met, then the DPP would not approve the charges. So we may not know what could have led to certain charges being dropped when there was a declaration that let's say for the case of Boniface Mwangi, that he was likely to face terrorist charges. But we also know that there are quite a number of people who have been charged or have been presented in court with an application to detain them because the state intends to present charges of terrorism against them. But the bottom line is that it appears to me that there is an intention to stigmatize those that are going out legitimately to express their displeasure with government. There is rather malicious use of the criminal justice system, and I say this because you have to see the contrast that is there. That they are, during the protests that have gone on, you have seen people coming out armed with rungus and getting police protection. So they are organized, they are out there and getting police protection. You are having policemen who are coming out who are covered so that you cannot be able to identify who they are. And they are coming out, they are heavily armed in civilian vehicles, in civilian wear, contrary to court orders that when police go out for purposes of quelling any demonstration or riots arising from a demonstration, that they should be dressed properly. Now, look at that and ask yourself, shouldn't those be the people facing these charges of terrorism if we want to take that direction as a country? It is a wrong direction, but they are people who are actually have committed crimes or have enabled crimes to be committed that would then be meeting the threshold of terrorism, if that is the route that the government wants to take. But the selective application of these terrorism charges then leads you to only one conclusion, that their intention is to stigmatize those that have been arrested, but most importantly is to stigmatize the protests that have been held.
Okay.
And to then use the system to fight a political or to push a political narrative. And the danger with doing this is that then the police force or the police service ends up losing credibility. You can see what has happened with all these things. It is getting to a point where the IG of the police, the director of DCI, his deputy, cannot tell us something that is straight. They cannot tell us something that we can believe. DIG Langat says, I'm stepping aside.
Mm-hmm.
Then later, a document comes out in court that says, no. Actually, this was an affidavit and says, I never stepped aside. I went on leave. And so you ask yourself, if that is what the politicization of the police force is doing to our police officers, to the extent that no one can now take their word, they lack credibility.
So, Eric, I have a question on that train of thought. Let's assume, as things stand right now, that's their position, that's what they're doing, and that's what they will continue doing. At the end of this spectrum, I'm looking at the judiciary, and sometimes I sit back and I'm thinking, are the courts then alive to what's going on around the country and seeing all these things? And I'm going to give you a classic example. There are many, but I'm just going to pick this one because this one is in today's dailies. So the state is going to prefer terror-related charges against 7 young people that were arrested in Machakos during the Sabasaba demonstrations. So the 6 men and a woman were rearrested at Kithimani in Machakos yesterday. And this happened soon after the prosecution dropped arson and malicious damage charges against them. So these were the first charges. They are dropped. Then they are rearrested before they even go far. They are taken back to the same courts with fresh charges, and these charges are terror-related. I mean, as a judge or a magistrate, looking at all this going on, because, as we are saying, things may not change from this other end. Right. But surely, where is then the position in this criminal justice system? Where is the judiciary? And how should then the judiciary address itself to what is going on?
We are in a very difficult situation as a country. Very, extremely difficult. And, what you are asking is something that troubles a lot of us, especially those of us who are in the legal fraternity, because they are established norms. There is a way in which the police are supposed to behave. There is a way in which the DPP is supposed to behave. There is a way in which the courts and the lawyers are all supposed to behave. And it is defined. And the reason why it is defined and the reason why we have laws is so that we can be able to maintain law and order. Now, when you have the police service, which is the primary, they have a primary responsibility to observe and maintain law and order, being the violators of the law, so that the police are behaving as if they are above the law. That is what is creating the problem for us. And I think that and I'm glad, and that's why I always want to speak about it anytime I get an opportunity, because they are making all of us unsafe.
Now, the problem and the way our law is structured, and I want to commend the judiciary because you have seen in most of these cases, they have given extremely reasonable bond terms, even in the face of extremely serious charges that should attract higher and stiffer bond terms.
So they get it?
So they get it.
Okay.
The only problem is that they are at the end of the chain. So you have to process that person, you have to bring a charge, and as long as that charge is a charge known in law and is disclosing an offense, then the courts have to take it. The question of whether there will be enough evidence to sustain that charge is not material at the time of taking plea, even though the court can be looking at it and saying that I know you don't even have the evidence, you're not even going to be able to prove this. So, and that's a point where the court will probably, give favorable bond terms.
But is this the same court then within its legal framework to dismiss?
No, they cannot. They cannot. Unfortunately, they cannot. But what can only happen is that then someone can move to the High Court to challenge those charges and making an allegation that the DPP has, abused his power. Because eventually, what would happen is that if those charges are not sustained, then someone has a remedy in the form of making a claim for malicious prosecution. But you remember there was also someone in Ruiru who was released by the courts because the court felt that those charges were not well founded. And in this case, for example, where the DPP is withdrawing charges because clearly they don't have the evidence to sustain that charge, and then this person is rearrested thereafter. So you can tell from the manner in which the police are behaving that they have certain orders to ensure certain things are done in a particular way, in a manner that is defying sense.
Okay, let's take a break and then come back and ask whether it is for the purposes of really putting away any kind of criminality, or is it for the optics, to paint a picture to the public that perhaps this is how we want to quell this thing. We'll come back and we'll continue with this conversation. Eric Theory and Patrick Osoy join us this morning, and we're looking into anti-terror laws in Kenya. How far is too far? And speaking of far, perhaps Aga Khan University Teaching Hospital wants to remind you that you don't have to go too far when you're looking for world-class care, and this is just around Thika Road. For families around Thika Road, we've got you covered in the following medical centres, and that is going in from the Akai Medical Centre along Thika Road, Roy Sambu Medical and Specialty Centre at Jewel Complex Building, Roiru Medical Centre at the Viashla Business Centre, Juja Medical Centre and Thika Medical Centre at T Plaza, as well as Keno Medical Centre at Kilele Mall. So you don't have to look too far, and don't go to Google, don't go on the internet to look for your results or look for your symptoms if you're feeling unwell. Find a trusted healthcare provider near you. The Aga Khan University Hospital has brought specialized world-class care to your neighborhood, and our conveniently located clinics offer specialist clinics from diagnostics to pharmacy, ensuring you and your family receive the best. So whether it's your cardiologist you're looking for, or your pediatrician, or your neurologist, you don't have to look too far. Look for world-class care with the Aga Khan University Hospital today. Call 0730 011 888. That's 0730 011 888.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Buda, landlord amenipea deadline ya leo. Salon nayo imechelewa. Junior amekuwa msik. Yani drama iko kila mahali.
Bro, wacha pressure. Loop iko na quick loan, unaweza get straight to your phone. That's right. You can now sort out unexpected expenses with a new quick loan on Loop. Borrow up to 100,000 shillings and repay within 30 days. No paperwork, straight to your phone. Simply go to Grow on your Loop app and click quick loan to apply.
Na imeingia. Landlord, pewa yako. Stress, toka hapa.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Download Loop today. Loop is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
This month on Star Times, love burns, romance gets hotter, secrets run deeper, and the drama never lets up. Loyalty is tested in a war for power on Gangs of Manila on Novella E. Gigi seeks vengeance at any cost in beautiful revenge. Witness the timeless love of Rama and Sita in Ramayan on Novella E+. Honor meets heartbreak in the Chinese drama Feud on ST Kung Fu. Two sisters, one destiny. Together, they are unstoppable in Divya Drishti on Rambo TV+. Renew your subscription for 2 months on your current bouquet and get a free upgrade to the next bouquet for 2 months. Dial *858# for self-service or call 0730-710077 for customer care. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 21 minutes to 9 o'clock, let's face it, there's never a better time to take control of your financial future. So when we say now is your time for wealth, we're not just throwing around a tagline. We're talking about being deliberate with your money, your goals, and your legacy. Standard Chartered Priority Banking offers a comprehensive approach to managing your finances, both your current lifestyle needs and your future aspirations. So whether you're thinking about starting a portfolio or streamlining your assets, think in this direction. The advice is personalized, it's strategic and tailored to where you are in life. And I get it. When you've worked hard to build something, trust and security become everything. You want a partner who's not just competent, but consistent. Someone who protects what matters and helps you grow it. That's what you get with Standard Chartered. A solid, trusted partner who understands wealth isn't just about money. It's about the people, values, and the futures behind it. So what do you need to do today? Email wealth.ke@sc.com to begin your journey, because your time is now. And even as we look at the now, we are continuing with conversations this morning, and we're looking at these anti-terror laws in Kenya, and we're asking ourselves, have we gone too far? Patrick Osoy and Eric Thoy are here with us in the studio this morning, and even as we do, the question is it gone too far? Has it gone too far where there might be an offense? Truly, we're looking at the justice, there might be an offense. There could have been somebody who was out during these protests, having infiltrated them, done one thing or the other. Is the terrorism charge that we see being slapped on individuals too big? Is it too much? And as we ask that question as we are going to the break, we imagine that it's being used to quell any kind of dissent, because you don't want a charge of terrorism against you. So if you hear that it is happening to other people, the likelihood of you stepping out of your door when anything is happening then reduces significantly. Are they true charges, or are they being weaponized?
As I said earlier, our government system, for many years, it hasn't started now, they have been using the security systems or security apparatus to do politics, or rather to weaponize them, to protect them, or to undermine either their opponents, or also to undermine the citizens of this country. So I'm left wondering that if an 18-year-old, 22 years, 25-year-old person accused of terrorism, what are we left with when we talk of the real terrorist? As a person who has done international terrorism and terrorism with Egypt, I look at things in a very different way. And even from the information that we have, that I asked the anti-terror police when I met them at Kahawa Court, and I asked them, why are you doing this? And again, what I would say is that what the government is doing is actually undermining even not just the people, also the unit, to do what they are not supposed to do. Weaponizing the ATPO police to deal with terrorists. And in this case, I've said again, these are young people who do not even know what terrorism is. What are we left with people that we have seen with explosives? Or rather, are we narrowing it down to an extent whereby any criminal charges in this country will amount to terrorism? Mm-hmm. Because now what I said and what I want to support Wakili today is that what we have lacked in this country is, I don't think we even have a constitution that we follow, because it's only used by individuals to do what they are supposed to do. The judicial system always in a fix, and I'm tempted to think that we need to come with systems whereby, other than provision of the prosecutions,
officers of the ODP,
the officers of the prosecution being there, we still, I still think we really need them to have a department to do investigation independently, because now charges are engineered from the origin, and by the time they are getting to the judicially, they already are in a line to what the law maybe subscribe them. So therefore, the judges are left without knowing what to do.
So, Patrick, I have a question.
Right.
Because you've repeated this twice.
Right.
And I was, all along, I've just been stuck with what you just said initially. When you said the intelligence reports you've gathered and your conversations with the ATPU officers is they also don't like what they're being forced to do.
Correct.
So in your conversations with them and the reports that you're gathering, I'm tempted to ask who, but is it an order? They're being called and they're told, look, you're going for an operation, this and this and this and this person, the people you're going to arrest and go to court with them. What exactly is happening behind the scenes?
So whatever is happening, and what happened when we had the previous demonstration that we had the other day for Saba, there was an order that came from the State House, absolutely, so that now they were told to undermine or to be able to have these charges against these young people. One, to make sure that they are not able to raise the bail, or two, they're able to be charged like the long-term charges, because terrorism charge is not just a charge, is a charge that will amount you to prison for some time. And two, if you have to pay the cash bill, you have to pay a cash bill that is so high. So it's a way that the government is using to be able to curtail, or rather to undermine the people, in rather to do demonstration, and in this case peaceful demonstration. And also my question, I'm left asking, the looting we saw the other day, the destruction of properties, the Maguna supermarket and other supermarket in the country today, people with weapons walking in town, none of those people, I can tell you for a fact, were arrested. At the same time, I'm also left wondering that we have failed to understand one thing, that the government, I would call it the political class, they've been using for a long time. And I think time has come, and time is very near, whereby the police service get used to attack the citizens, and the citizens are engineered to believe, or rather they are psychologically prepared to believe, that the police are the enemies. So therefore these people fight. And when they fight, what happens? The political class continue to do what they are supposed to do, so violating.
And in your experience, because you have been an operative, the funding that goes to ATPU, because I've been embedded with them before. I've gone for operations. And these are terror-related operations.
Correct.
And the seriousness, when you're having a conversation about going after a terrorist, I understand the seriousness of it. With your experience, being involved in this sector, does this then dilute the real fight against terrorism? Because it's the same officers who will get orders to and briefs to go for this kind of operations. Is it diluting it?
Absolutely. It's really diluting the essence and even the word terrorism. Because when you actually are given a mandate, let's say, for example, it's like giving a Form 4 leaver to do an exam for class 8, or rather you are being undermined to do a work or job that you're not supposed to be doing. In this case, you wonder, like, how are you going to amount this to a terrorism charges against someone who, in this case, you never arrested them with weapons, you never arrested them with any, whether it's explosive or something. So it really undermines the use and ATPU as a whole, and not just ATPU, also the police service. So what I'm seeing today is we are in a very bad crisis. That which will, and you have also seen today how we have and cops, talking every day here and there. This thing is developing, and once it is developing, the state will be left with nothing to do, because now what I'm looking at is that in near future, probably in less than 2 years, we might have a police unit or service that now thinks, I think we have been getting used by the system, and people understands that the system, or rather the political class, have been using the police to attack us, and then the people realizes the enemies is not the police, the enemies is the political class. So what I'm seeing the government do not see is that they are creating a crisis for themselves, whereby when you undermine the usage of something, then it becomes useless to it.
I mean, Wakili, I have a question, and this one now is just thinking the future.
Right.
So currently we are having all these protesters going to court with these terror-related charges. I draw to a personal experience I had many years ago. I was in Israel, and when they were looking at my passport, they looked at a number of countries I traveled to, and we were in a group, and I was taken to their side and interrogated why I'd visited some of those countries. I had no clue why they were asking. Later on is when I discovered, wait, they've listed some of these countries with terrorism. So why did you visit this country? Why did you stay for this length of time? Why this, why that? That's when it hit me. There are consequences when you visit certain countries and you have a stamp on your passport. Now, when someone is charged with terror-related charges, what are the implications? Because I understand they are far-reaching. What are the implications to a person, both socially, legally, when you have on record that you were charged with terrorism? Whether you post a bail, whether you're acquitted, whatever happens, but you're on record that you once went to a courtroom with terror-related charges. What are the implications and the future consequences to a person?
They are deep, far-reaching, and extremely damaging to a person. What would happen is that ideally, you have what they call like a terror watch list, and then at the level of fighting terror, you have a lot of multi-agency coordination, because terrorism is an offense that is extra jurisdictional. That the Kenyan police force needs to work with the Uganda, with the US, with the CIA, with the Mossad, with all those agencies. And as you are saying, in your situation, you probably would have had then in the Israeli security forces calling their counterparts on the other side and asking, there's this gentleman, what do you have on him? Is he okay? We've seen he's gone to these other countries. And they will do that in the background without you probably even knowing that is what is being done. And that is what is the most distressing thing about what the government is doing. Because it is actually character assassinating its own citizen by designating them as terrorists. It is the worst form. It's someone who is a terrorist. If we were to classify offenses, would be worse than a murderer. Because a murderer, could only kill us
one person.
It's one person.
One or two.
Yeah. But a terrorist, in fact, a successful act of terrorism is counted by the number of bodies and damage
under
that they carried out. That's how they are celebrated. And when you have a government that seeks to stigmatize its people, You know, when you have an ordinary criminal case, and I'm saying ordinary where, it's arson and whatever, even leaving the country for your own business, you have to notify the court that, look, I am traveling. I'm going to Dubai to have some fun, or I'm going to Dubai for medical reasons. This is my ticket. I'm leaving on this day and I'm coming back on this day, because there are implications. It might be treated that you are going out of the country to run. Now you can imagine when you are facing terrorism charges. If just an ordinary criminal case creates that kind of damage to you, what about terrorism? And I think, and this is where I have a problem, that knowing that the offenses that these people are being charged with do not amount to terrorism, and knowing that the real reason behind this is to stigmatize those that are engaging in this protest with a view of perhaps preventing them from, or preventing others from going to the streets, because then they will then be labeled as terrorists, but also because there is a political angle to the so-called financiers of the protests, so that then those that are financing then would technically then be called financiers of terrorism. And then peddle a political narrative against them. That when you look at it, is the real intention behind this. But no one is sitting to ask themselves, what kind of damage are we doing? Yeah, not just to those that you are going to charge. But let me ask you, if I am a magistrate, and you can see the way they came and lied to a certain magistrate who gave them orders to go and investigate Boniface Mwangi, search Boniface Mwangi. If I am a magistrate who has gone through that, when the police come with a proper case,
you're going to dismiss
for terrorism, what am I going to do?
I need to understand something just based on that, and I think this is a question that's coming through for a lot of folks, that those who've been arrested and then been slapped on these terrorism charges today, from what I understand, in order for an arrest to take place within the Kenyan jurisdiction, that there must be a warrant granted by a judge magistrate. Is that the case, or are we looking at a different case when it comes to these particular ones?
No. We do not need such a warrant, as long as there is an offence that has been disclosed. Then the police can arrest you. In certain instances, if the police then want to come and search your premises, depending on the category of the offence, then they might be required to obtain a warrant so that they can come and search your place. But to arrest you, no. Perhaps maybe we need looking at what is happening in this country, we need such a system, because it happens in other countries where you have a court that is able to look at those charges or the investigations, especially on serious offences, and direct how those things are going to be done. If we had those in our instance, then the judiciary would be in a better place, because they would be able to sieve. And most of these charges would actually fail at that point without, the stigma that is there, because then the court would have looked at it and said, no, we don't think that you have enough evidence to sustain this charge. Look at this, bring me this, bring that. And if you don't have it, then sorry, you're not going to charge this person, or arrest and charge this person with this offense.
Does it water down, and just very quickly from both of you here, does it water down authenticity of the judicial system and process if we see the throwing around of such serious charges, then maybe dropping them later, but then we can throw a serious charge of this nature at someone or at a number of people? Does it water down potency of the system and its process?
Yes, it does. It does. It makes a mockery of everything. It makes a mockery of everything. It makes a mockery of a system that is actually intended to preserve and protect public order. Yeah, and that is the long-term effect. And you see what is happening is that unfortunately sometimes people will not understand the place of the judiciary. You have seen courts being attacked. And this has not just happened even in Kenya. In Nigeria, they burnt down an entire court premises.
Yes, they did.
In Lagos. And why? Because at a certain point, because the judiciary is the end, it is at the end, it receives. It has very passive role in these charges, but because it has to hear them and eventually make a determination. And so judiciary ends up being seen as a collaborator.
Yes.
And when the judiciary is then seen as a collaborator, when the police force is no longer being treated with integrity, and no one can believe anything that comes out of them because they keep on giving contradictory statements, what it does is that it waters down the entire system. It removes credibility and eventually exposes the country to a danger, because if the police are violating the law and getting away with it, what is it sending to me as a citizen, as a message that I can actually get away with crime?
Indeed.
Yeah. So,
Patrick, as we wrap up.
Yeah. What I would say is that even most people who are in prison today, most of them did not actually commit the crimes that they committed. So what happens, I wouldn't want to say that I would want to blame the judicial system, because judicial system is determined by the evidence that is tabled on in a certain case. So if the system today, or the police service, or the investigation body want to plant something to accuse you of a certain offense, that is exactly what they are going to do. So the judge will not look at me as an 18 years or 25 years old, will look at the evidence tabled before him or before her to determine the case of any offense. So what we are looking today, and the reasons why you saw those people going to do going to Boniface Mwangi, or rather going to, to do collection of evidence, is just to engineer charges, and rather to collect evidences, or to plant evidences, so that it can amount to the charges that they are presenting that person to. So what I'm looking at is a rotten system that need to be fixed, because if the judicial service has to do their work, they can only do it when they have a system that is an investigative system that is credible.
Patrick Osoy and Eric Theory, thank you for joining us this morning. Just continue to see how these continue to unfold. But thanks for driving the discourse further this morning as we do.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Asante sana.
Thank you so much
At 1
for
minute
hosting it.
past 9. Good morning.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm La Ubaga. Over 24 million Kenyans are now enrolled in the Taifa Care program under the Social Health Authority. Health Cabinet Secretary Aidan Dwale says the strong uptake reflects the government's commitment to delivering quality, affordable health care to every Kenyan. He added that the key highlights are that 5 million people have received treatment through the Primary Health Care Fund, 2 million patients have accessed specialized services under the Social Health Insurance Fund. He also said that over 550,000 mothers were supported through maternal health coverage, and 6.82 billion shillings in claims already paid, with another 1.5 billion under verification. Roots Party leader George Wajakoya has deemed the shoot the leg order by President William Ruto and Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen as uncalled for. Speaking on SpiceFM, Wajakoya called on the Kenya Kwanza leadership to come up with policies that were not aimed at silencing Kenyans from demanding to be heard.
shoot to kill or shoot to maim policy? Has it not come? And now this con, I call him a con man, has come up to say or to contradict himself by saying that he never stepped aside.
Yes.
Now, what kind of policy do we have? What does the Constitution say? So if that is what is now bringing controversy at this particular time with this one example, then what kind of policy is that? You find these people, especially this man, and I hate to tell him this because of the fact that he comes from Sugoi, he comes from Eldoret, he has to be put there for the kids to be shot, for people to be killed. You think we are happy with that? What kind of policy is that?
Wajakoya further condemned Deputy Inspector of Police Eliud Lagat for lying to Kenyans about how Albert Ojwang died and him stepping aside to allow investigations take place without his interference.
And the controversy that happened recently, if it was an advanced nation or if he had the conscience, he could have stepped aside and then said, I'm sorry. But if he lied, come on, who will trust the police? Yet I'm telling them today, look, I'm your colleague, I was a police constable, I've risen within the ranks, I've gone to school, you can do like I do, please don't shoot. Because when you shoot, like what the president is telling you, that shoot in the leg, and the minister in charge of internal security is also telling you that shoot when you see them near a police station, that means it is premeditated, it is arranged, and is within their political quacking policy.
And finally, 3 people have been arrested and arraigned in Malindi, Kilifi for selling illegal pesticides. Speaking outside the Malindi court, the board's director for the coastal zone, Stanley Nganga, said the board is currently conducting a nationwide crackdown to nab traders selling dangerous drugs. He also urged Kenyans to be careful when buying pesticides, saying some of them available in the market were actually banned. 2 of those arrested were fined 10,000 shillings each or face 6 months in prison, while 1 was released.
Maduka matatu ambayo yalikuwa yanauza dawa ambazo hazijasajiliwa na pia walikuwa hawana vibali kutoka Pest Control Products Board. Kwa hivyo watatu hao waliweza kukamatwa na sahihi leo wameletwa kotini hapa Malindi. Kwa hivyo wananchi tunaomba mkapate kununua dawa hizi za wadudu kwa agrovets ambazo zimepatiwa vibali ama leseni za kuuza dawa hizi, kwa sababu maduka haya kama idara ya PSPB huwa tumezifanyia ukaguzi.
That's the news wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaka.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room,
Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
It's 9 minutes after 9 o'clock, and this is the Situation Room, getting into the last hour of our conversations this morning, necessary for us to do and connect on certain things. You've been telling us about value all morning.
Okay, so let's talk about Safaricom Home Fiber and the value that you get. As we all know, and if you don't, I'll just remind you. So you want to get connected to the internet, to your residence. It's simple. When you think of value, you want to think of what are you going to get when you spend your money, obviously. So in terms of installation, it's free. In terms of the router, it's also free. In case you experience downtime, they have more than 1,000 technicians across the country.
Good grief.
So within 24 hours, you get sorted. In the meantime, as you wait to get sorted, they'll still give you 5 GB data for you to use during that downtime. This is basically to compensate for the time that you lose so that you continue staying connected. And I told you about the DSTV stream. So if you want to enjoy the DSTV stream when you have your Safaricom Home Fiber, it's pretty simple. So the offering comes with at least, and this is the DSTV premium stream content, okay? So you get up to 10% discount on the different packages with DSTV stream. And so if you want to get this connected, it's very simple. You just simply dial star 400 star 6 hash, star 400 star 6 hash, and add it onto your home fiber package.
And that's the way. So today has been value is great, and so we know the things that we can buy and then the value that we can get from it.
Yes.
You must say you're a master teacher. What was it? They said wise man. Okay. Also, we're looking into wealth protection, decision support, and portfolio management. You know what keeps a lot of people up at night? The idea that everything they've built could be lost, either through poor advice or market downturns. That's why wealth preservation and risk management are key pillars at Standard Chartered Priority Banking. Their expert teams don't just guide you, they protect your assets from market fluctuations to economic shocks and unexpected risks. Add to that their specialized investment advice and portfolio management, and you've got a recipe for building sustainable long-term wealth. And for those overwhelmed by endless options from real estate to international investments, you get expert help to optimize decision making. It's not just about growing wealth, it's about growing wealth wisely and with clarity. Your path to smart, protected and informed wealth starts with one email: wealth.ke@sc.com. Because what? This is your time. And so that's what you need to look into, even as we get into conversations today, protecting yourself as well. The last couple of weeks have been interesting, that we shouldn't have seen, but we did. And we have seen more stories of the same. We'll get into conversations around that in just a minute with Emily Omari, who is a quality and patient safety specialist, and Dr. Kahura Mundia, who is the Deputy National Chairperson of the KMPDU, as well as a healthcare and governance expert. Good morning to you both.
Good morning.
Good to have you here. You say that in chorus, that's great. Looking at some of these conversations this morning, we're going to get deep into it. But even before we do, Dennis is going to welcome you with today's proverb, and we would like to get your interpretation of it.
Are you ready?
Hope so.
Okay, so it's a very simple proverb. So we are in the Republic of Senegal. The capital is Dakar. The population is 18 million. And they speak French. And it's West Africa, of course. So without any further ado, the proverb, which will require interpretation, and there's no right or wrong answer, by the way, Water has no head. Water has no head. Yani maji haina kichwa. Somebody said in the morning, kuna watu kichwa maji.
Yeah, exactly, something like that.
So water has no head. How would you interpret that? I'll start. Ladies first, Emily.
Oh, okay. Water has no head. It means that if you've chosen to flow with something, you might never have the beginning, neither you have the end. You will be fluid, and people depending on you won't know what to do. Yeah.
Perfect.
Wow.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Dr. Kahura.
Well, my interpretation of that will be like water is very difficult to find. It will take any direction, and that means it doesn't need to be guided in any way. So whatever goes, it is what will be. So you put it in somewhere, like if it's in this container, that will be the water.
Yes.
If you put it elsewhere, it takes
the ship,
that direction.
Okay.
That ship, yes.
So be like water.
So be like water is a famous one, actually, by Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
Where he says just choose to be formless in a way.
Yeah.
Interesting. You know, they say be humble and flexible like water. So water is actually humble.
Yeah.
Except to be guided.
Yes.
It accepts to be guided. I love that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it accepts to be guided. Another thing to write down, it's been the week of writing things down, Dennis. It's also been the week, unfortunately, of recording some of these horrific things that have happened in what would be places of safety. And we have 3 already, but there are many more that have not been reported. And it's interesting because a wise man said that, we see an escalation of the reporting of certain things. It doesn't mean that they do not happen. It's just that we see an escalation of people telling these stories, but the reality on the ground is much greater. And CT Muga is said that all the time. Now, when we look at these 3 cases which stand out, 2 murders took place, because we call them murders because the manner in which they happened, both of them their throats slit in the dead of night in a ward where they were supposed to be protected, have happened in the span of 5 months. One in January and another one in July. So 6 months, about 6 months. No, February and then July. So yes, 5 months. And then we see another case now where a lady at a facility, when she supposedly has died under mysterious circumstances, but an autopsy now reveals that she was strangled to death while in the facility. So, of course, for all of us, our antennae are up and we are asking, hang on a minute, in the hospital where folks have been admitted for treatment at whatever level, the assumption is that they are under a certain level of protection. Maybe we can understand this a little bit more before we get into the nitty-gritty of this, and we'll start with you, Dr. What should I be guaranteed when I admitted in hospital, apart from medical treatment? What else should we know should be the norm?
Well, it's a very shocking story what has happened this year, whereby you've had such incidences happen. There could have been more that, like you say, they may not have been reported. And these incidences come in different shapes. And the current one, it's very shocking. That's what I want to agree with. And sympathize with the family members who've lost their beloved persons, because that's not right. The hospitals should be the safest places anyone should want to go and attend care. Now that we have had these incidences, it means there's a security breach in some of these facilities. And these aspects of security affect how patients enjoy their safe healthcare at those premises. So a lot needs to be done, and things that should have been set in place, but it appears that they're not in action. So we probably don't have enough security officers, or we don't have ways of checking who goes in and goes out, or maybe amongst the patients who are in those premises, some of them, like it has come out from the cases at KNH, that one of the patients went and did the act. So for this other one, it's yet to be unraveled as to what happened. It could be persons inside the facility, or maybe persons who are contracted to just do the job and come in and probably dress up in a uniform and commit the act and disappear.
Okay.
So we need to improve on what is happening and assure patients of the rightful, highest standard of quality of healthcare.
How would I know, Emily, if I was admitted in hospital and I'm going to be there for a while, that the person who was going to attend to me, or the person who is sitting in a guard uniform, for example, at the nurse's station, is actually supposed to be there? I just remember that I had my baby and I woke up in the middle of the night to go to the nursery to get my baby, and there was a security guard there. He said hello, and I wanted some water, and there was somebody to attend to me. How do I know that those people who are there are actually, because you've just said it could be somebody dressed up in here, scary thought, really scary thought. It could be somebody dressed up with another intention, because we'll give the details of this story about Ms. Jocki and what happened to her. But how would I know?
One of the requirements in healthcare is that every staff is meant to be identified. Every staff must have a band that shows who they are, their designation, their title, and even their staff number. So all hospitals that have put quality systems in place emphasize this. You can scan around the facility, you check. So those hospitals, you'll walk in and you'll find that I'm on duty, I don't have a name tag. It's not a norm from top leadership to down leadership. That is a very risky thing to do, because anybody can get onto a ward and dress up and assume that they are a staff on duty, and they can do harm. So one of the key things is staff identifiers, which is compulsory from security guard to the CEO of that institution anytime they're walking along the corridors of the hospital. Apart from the uniforms, of course, and we have specific uniform for those doing that work, but one of the key things is staff identifier. So anytime you are being addressed or attended to by somebody who can't identify themselves with the band and their staff ID, you can't see it, it's not visible. That's a cause for alarm to the patient. Yeah.
I have a question, Dr. Kahura.
Yes.
Let's look at this particular case of Kalombotole. There are so many questions around that case, and I know it's being investigated, but let's take a step back. In terms of explaining, especially to those who've not gone to Kenyatta National Hospital, just the process of admission, what is required when you're being admitted, and in this case, let's assume it's either somebody who brought you, dropped you. And in another case, let's assume it's somebody who actually took you in, made sure that you get a bed, you get medical attention. The process of admission, and then we look at the process of a person going now to a ward and you are given a bed. And in this case, Kalombotole was there for 3 years. And what we have learned so far is there is no single document within the hospital records. He has no identification. The hospital tried reaching out to anyone, family members, relatives, anyone who might know him. And the mystery surrounding this strange fellow who is in a ward all this time. And there was a point where he actually left hospital and then was taken back. So those are 2 admissions. How I don't know whether you are privy to this particular case. How does it happen? Because the scariest thing here is we only know of Kalombotole at the moment. How many other patients are at KNH, as an example now, who don't have any identity? So so take us through this journey and the process.
Well, I've been at Kenyatta. I've worked there for quite a number of years. And when you come in as a non-patient is a person who's accompanied by the relatives or kin. You're given, your information is taken and collected, and a file is opened. That is if you're coming in as an inpatient. And previously, they never used to tag patients. After that case where you had an incident of a wrong surgery, now they started doing the tagging of patients. So that was a way of identifying patients wherever they are, because names could come in many forms and in similarities. And since then, all patients' details are kept at the hospital. But the unfortunate bit would be Kenyatta keeps its records in a manual way. So you have a file, a physical file, with all the paperwork done in there. So every patient in the ward has a file. And by the time you're being attended to and your care has come through and you've improved and recovered, you are discharged. then your file is taken to the billing office. And after the billing office, the file goes back to the records. So
an actual physical file
an actual
that
physical
somebody
file,
is walking with.
Yes.
Okay.
No, not a patient walks with. There is a cabinetry near the nursing stations or in somewhere in the ward where the files are locked and accessible by the clinicians.
No, but I mean that in order for it to get to billing or, for example, to get to pharmacy or whatever, it's got to be walked by somebody.
A porter will take
All
the
right.
file and take it to the billing,
Okay.
and after that they'll take it to the records offices.
All right.
And then it will be closed, and then it will be discharged out. Now, for Mr. Kalombotole to stay in the ward as a discharge in, that is someone who's been discharged, either they were brought in now as an unknown. So the proof should be, was this person brought in as a known person or an unknown person? When you come as an unknown person, it's very not easy to know where you're coming from. So that's why sometimes they publish in the newspapers and the gazettes, who is this person? The owners to come and identify him at where they are, and then they come and locate him, do an affidavit to swear that they know him, and then after that they discharge him out towards them if care has already been completed. But if still inside there, sometimes some of those patients do not want to leave. Either because they find the place homely, there is food, there is a bed, there is water, and you convert it to a living abode. You've been discharged. But maybe it's a hospital that has not been very strict to have a place to place these people, to discharge them out. Now, some of them remain as dischargees, either because they cannot pay bills, so they overstay, because you will not be let out because of a heavy bill. Others, even the bills are waived off, but they say they have nowhere to go. They claim they have nowhere where they came from. It's either from the streets or somewhere. So it becomes a case of complexity of what to do with them. And over time, everyone goes on with their lives. There are other cases that are coming in. So you forget about that one. So it becomes like a janitor or just someone who is resident in the facilities. So
However,
eventually...
But they're staying with no record.
No.
Here's
The
the
record
thing.
is there.
Here's the thing. If this ward 7B, from what we're meant to understand, is a ward with vulnerable
sickly
people,
patients.
sickly patients, he's also in there. So my understanding, because I've been to hospital, is every morning, noontime
ward
or
round and all
evening,
that, yes.
there are nurses who are walking around. They are looking at your file, reading your file, and checking, okay, what did you get in terms of medicine, and so on and so forth. Does this mean that Kalombotole had no record at all?
If you're
so
discharged,
he was staying like an Airbnb in hospital, no record whatsoever, eating, staying in hospital for all that time, no documentation.
It is probable when he was unwell, there was a record that was followed up every day by the doctors who were in charge. But by the time they completed care on him, they closed the file.
But the file should exist somewhere, right?
It does exist. It's like, there is no way a facility will actually host someone who is an unknown. So he exists on record. Then his care is completed, and the file goes cold in the record room.
Let me speak from the nursing perspective, because I am a nurse by profession. There is no patient who will ever stay in a facility without a nursing codex. Whether you are a discharge in,
what is that?
nursing codex is nursing notes. The nursing notes are consistently written whether you are discharged or whether you are a discharge in or you are a patient who is very sick. And the guidelines of documentation are very standard for any nurse practicing nursing in a ward. So, the last time I was a student, we used to have a whole folder of nursing notes which were not individualized. Like, it's a folder, you write the name, bed, and then write the notes of them. But current practice dictates that each patient will have their own leaflet of a document. So there must be a nursing codex somewhere of this patient. The issue is it filed?
So this is the thing, and let's be clear.
Yes.
Because the hospital did give information about this gentleman, that he had been admitted as an ICU patient. He was then moved to the ward thereafter and was cleared medically. He left, came back. He left, and apparently it was one of those cases where he was discharged, and he said he had nowhere to go. So there was some intervention by the hospital, and he went to a home. And he was in a home for a while, actually. And then he was sick again. Now, we are not given the details as to this illness, whether it was confirmed of his illness, but he was brought back and readmitted in hospital. He was then discharged again after that, which is when he now said he doesn't want, not have a place to go, he doesn't want to go back to this home. So the hospital kept him and has kept him for 3 years. The question is, he needed to have a nurse what?
Cadex. Nursing notes must be there.
So the nursing notes, these ward rounds take place every day. So my question is, as the ward rounds are taking place, it is not because people are bored and they're walking around hospital for exercise. There are patients to be seen, there is progress to be tracked and such. That's why they happen. Secondly, because we've been in hospital, we also know that around certain time, a nurse is going to come and check on you. They will check your vitals and all of this, or they would administer medication. That people are moving around all the time. So if you are in a bed or if you're just hanging around, you will be noticed. So are we saying that this noticing took place every day, 365 days a year, for 3 years? This gentleman was just hanging around. He's being fed. Somebody is turning down his bed. Somebody is changing his sheets. All of these things are happening, and there's no question as to, wait a minute, this guy is still here.
That is the practice. It's not new from all hospitals, and we have patients who've stayed for even 8 years, 7 years.
Doing what, and why is it allowed? Because in this case, how bad it can get is that 2 people now have been murdered. The evidence is so loud, pointing in the direction of this gentleman. It's not been confirmed. There are still allegations, and there's evidence pointing in his direction. But this is a guy who's just been hanging around the hospital for 3 years. That's how bad it can get. Is it negligence? Is it just, okay, well, this is how things happen, as you've both said, and we just let it go?
I would take it on an aspect of the compassionate nature of healthcare.
Okay.
That we don't want to terrorize or chase, and sometimes we just want to probably provide that accommodation for the interim, and then some persons take advantage of the system that they know here, I'll just fake illness. Some patients fake illness, and you may not know what is in their heads, so you just keep them to keep monitoring them. So you discharge them, and somehow they go, then they say, it's back. So you as a doctor, you can only screen them by asking them to come back in. So there are benefits, the secondary benefits that are derived. It's a psychological thing some patients experience. So when you have such kind of patients, it becomes very difficult. So they'll game the system to stay.
Actually, there's somebody who wrote, I think it was yesterday or the day before, and they said there are actually patients at KNH who leave, go to town, do shopping,
and come home. Many.
And go back to KNH, wash their clothes, they hang them, and they live there.
It's survival, adaptation to survive.
And I think it's because no one has addressed that issue. Others, when they have been discharged, they can't afford to pay bills. That one is addressed by the social worker, but they stay a bit before they are settled. Then we have those who have nowhere to go. They have chosen, even they have families, they have chosen to, nobody has seen it as a pain because it's hospital, it's a place where there is, nobody is having, it's not prison and it's not a school. So let's address the patients who are very sick, and let's not have a headache.
Now, in the case of this, in this one, now we go to now the investigations around this. There was a crime that was first committed. Somebody was murdered inside that ward. The assumption is, if such a thing happens, in terms of security, what you want to do is ensure that you monitor all corridors, from the nursing station to the corridors leading to the wards. Now, in this case, as detectives are trying to probe this matter, what is coming out so clear is that the CCTV cameras in the ward where this incident occurred were actually not functioning.
Well, there have been many lapses security-wise, I would say. Either because the IT persons are not checking regularly and filing reports as to what they're actually doing, because there should be quality checks every day that the feeds are working. All records, all floors, all wards, there's something actively being recorded. And if probably out of routine you find that no incidences are happening, persons get lax and they forget. And out of the unfortunate situation, this person just repeats whatever they probably were intentioning to do. And that's when now we find that the feeds are not working. So I would just say it's a very sad situation, because by the first incidents, you improve your systems, make sure that all corridors, all floors are monitored, and you have enough staff on the floor to monitor, because they are night duty staff every time some of these incidents are happening. And maybe we'll go like the banking way. You can have we have the bell that we have on the walls where patients can press. But sometimes there's some patients who are very sick. They may not be able to reach either a panic button or a bell in case there's such an incident. So we'd probably want to move to a situation where you have like a person sitting in the ward, like a nurse.
Yeah.
Because we normally have the rooms allocated, assigned, like you are this nurse, you are having 1, 2, the other taking 3, 4. And you keep checking at intervals. So the interval checks, this person knows when you're coming for your round as a nurse on duty. And they'll wait for you to now walk out, and then they come back in. So at the stage where we are, the CCTVs are what may probably be helpful. And the feeds must be either reviewable at the station, nursing station, and again, copy the same information to the other side. Just like we have persons monitoring lifts, or the way the police are monitoring the traffic roads on what is happening. So that if there's an incident, you check that person is walking in, they're not known. And then you have probably doors. You see, in KNH, the doors are open. The wards, it's like just a return door.
But if you can have people who are going to town to do shopping and come back and hang their clothes,
that says go in and you go out. So it shows who's coming in and going out into the beds, access.
Okay, so maybe we come back and then look at what...
So it's a lot of things to be done in public facilities. A lot of things. Because the way we began, we just inherited the hospitals from the British. See, KNH is old, from 1917 thereabouts. And we continued.
Okay, we're going to come back and ask questions, Emily, then in terms of then what needs to happen in terms of protection when people now are actually there. We're not even saying the doors or this, all of that, but actually, what is supposed to be put in place. We'll come back and talk about that after I ask you, interestingly enough, whether you're feeling unwell. And if you are, don't search your symptoms. Find a trusted healthcare provider near you. The Aga Khan University Hospital has brought specialized world-class care to your neighborhood. Conveniently located clinics offer specialty clinics, diagnostics and pharmacy services, ensuring you and your family receive the best. See your cardiologist, see your pediatrician, see your gynecologist, your family physician, surgeon, and the list goes on and on. Other consultants just near your home. So families along Thika Road, you've got you the following medical centers. Akai Medical Center along Thika Road, Roy Sambu Specialist Center at the Jewel Complex Building, the Roiro Medical Center at the Vyashla Business Center at Kamakis, and the Juja Medical Center in Juja Town, as well as at the T Plaza Building. There's a Thika Medical Center and the Keno Medical Center at Kilele Mall. Visit any Aga Khan University Hospital Medical Center in your hood today or call 0730-011-888. Aga Khan University Hospital. World-class care here and now.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
When you are unwell, you need a healthcare partner who will prioritize your welfare. Aga Khan University Hospital has brought specialized care near to you through their 54 medical centers across East Africa. And now the hospital has brought world-class care to Raptor Road, Westlands at the Prominent Building. Some of the specialist services offered in this clinic include family physician, pediatricians, baby, gynecologist, ENT specialist, counseling psychologist, nutrition and weight loss, among others. The Aga Khan University Hospital has also made medical checkups more available through our subsidized wellness packages. These packages are available at a clinic in your neighborhood. Do not wait until it is complicated. When diseases are detected early, there are more treatment options, better outcomes, and quicker recovery. From as low as 10,450, you can get a comprehensive medical checkup in this clinic and at any of our medical centers. Visit any Aga Khan University Hospital Medical Center in your hood today or call 0730-011-888. Aga Khan University Hospital. World-class care here and now.
Buda, landlord amenipea deadline ya leo.
Salo nayo imechelewa. Junior amekuwa msik. Yani drama iko kila mahali.
Bro, wacha pressure. Loop iko na quick loan, unaweza get straight to your phone. That's right. You can now sort out unexpected expenses with a new quick loan on Loop. Borrow up to 100,000 shillings and repay within 30 days. No paperwork, straight to your phone. Simply go to Grow on your Loop app and click quick loan to apply.
Na imeingia. Landlord pewa yako. Stress toka hapa.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Download Loop today. Loop is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
It's 22 minutes to 10 o'clock, and I have to remind you that if you're focusing on what you earn and invest, it's not what everybody's focusing on. It's also being focused on what you pass on. And for many high net worth individuals, legacy is a big issue. Its value and it matters just as much as capital does. At Standard Chartered Priority Banking, they go beyond the numbers. Their teams help you with estate planning, ensuring your wealth transfers seamlessly while also preserving the values you hold dear. In a world that's constantly shifting economically, politically, even tax-wise, adapting to change is crucial. And Standard Chartered, you're not just reacting, you're prepared. This is about more than financial success. It's about sustained intentional wealth. Start your wealth journey today. Email wealth.ke@sc.com, because if not now, then when? Now is your time for wealth. Hey, guys, you need to know what happens here over the break, because my eyes want to pop out of my head. I'm not understanding what is going on. Because again, when you think hospital, you think going to get medical care, you're going to a safe haven. Whether we're talking about K&H or we're talking about, you even want to say, well, a private medical center of Chiromo, where this woman was strangled to death. This is what the autopsy says, and we know that an autopsy, you can tell us, is the picture of what happened that caused death. It is not somebody guessing or stabbing in the dark. They're able to tell us, because of what we see, we can then say that this was the cause of death. So, strangling is that hands will be placed around the breathing passage, around the breathing area of an individual until breathing stops and they die. In order for that to happen, somebody must be in close proximity to this individual. Obviously, it is not the people who are offering. Well, it could be, from what you guys are telling us, it could be. But for that to happen, some kind of friction would occur, one would imagine. So how, Emily, does that happen in a medical facility whereby we are assuming that there is security protection? I'm assuming. So the question is, what is supposed to be there? Whether it is K&H, whether it is this Braeside alongst Chiromo, whether it is wherever, what can patients, should they be assured of when it comes to security?
If today somebody will ask me which hospital should I go for treatment, I always have one answer. If you see a hospital that has gone an extra mile to get somebody come and check their systems, either by certification or accreditation, that's a good hospital. If you see a hospital that has not put any effort to seek for any accreditation or an assessment of anything, there are things that are very compromised. So, quality and patient safety has several elements to look at. But because of what we have right now on our table, we'll address the facility management systems. These have 7 plans, 8 of current, that every hospital must put in place. If you don't take care of those items, next, you are this nurse, you're going to be murdered. I mean, a doctor is going to be murdered in the corridor, or a pharmacist is going to be killed. And then what do? There are 7 plans in healthcare that needs to be put in place. There is a safety plan. Safety means that the buildings, the constructions, the doors, the access, the ramps, the lifts, all of them are checked and they're safe. Then we come to the security plan. The security plan assures us protection of our property, protection of our own valuables, protection of our own self, and every single item in the hospital. So many staff have been interdicted because something very expensive has been lost in the hospital. Who took it? How do we know about it? There is a hospital I worked and a patient had come to the hospital with around 1,000 USD and the money got lost. How do we assure the patient that when they come in, they're going to get out with their valuables and everything in place? So we need to have those security plans. Then another plan is the hazardous material protection from them, radioactive rays, the waste that is taking place. You're not coming in, getting out with infection. The waste that is produced is going to be directed and disposed in a proper way. And that's a whole. Then we have fire safety. Let me tell you the truth. If you're in a hospital and it does not check their fire safety preparedness, if today we get fire, I tell you we will lose several patients, including staff. Look at those newborn unit. Look at those mothers in labor. Look at those in critical unit, renal unit on a machine. If fire breaks out today, what happens? So that's another plan that needs to be put in place. We have the utility systems. How safe are the waters? How are CCTVs being checked at? Are they ready for use? How is oxygen supply? You might find oxygen plants are not checked. Somehow, if the hospital has not gone further to that checking, so that one day oxygen plant is blocked and you have a patient in critical care, what do? We lose a patient. These are reports you won't see. If you work in a hospital, you will know the patient errors that we encounter every day. And when you've gotten such plans in place, I've not finished all of them. There is emergency preparedness. How ready are you if there is a disaster, terrorism in a facility right now? What do you do at Kenyatta National Hospital? Where do you evacuate to? Where do you take those renal patients to? Do you have a plan? Have you tested it?
Because what are we saying? That essentially, if somebody, what we're talking about is that two people, let's just take KNH for example, and this cuts across. We're not even saying just public hospitals. Even in a private hospital where a woman was strangled, the circumstances around why she was in hospital in the first place is another story. That's another topic that can be discussed apart from here. Now here where we are talking about this safety and security, that somebody can enter into a space deemed protected and safe and take away life in a place where it's supposed to be preserving life. I think that's just the oxymoron of the year. But then look at KNH, the manner in which these two individuals were killed, their throats were slit end to end.
And that's not a 1 minute thing.
That's an intimate crime because you have to come close. You have to come close. So when this is taking place, where are the people where is even this alarm system? Where is the security system that should at the very least be in close proximity to this area? And if it can happen in 7B, it can happen anywhere.
Yeah.
Twice in 5 months. And we are saying, because the things that you guys are telling me over the break, then no wonder. If it can be turned into a marketplace, then of course it can be turned. What are we saying?
So this is what I know about the case where the strangulation has happened. They have a group of hospitals. There are a group of hospitals. They have a facility, I think, in Mombasa. I think one in Lavington, and the one in Kileleshwa, and another one in Westlands. The one that I know of.
Yeah.
The one that I have visited at Lavington, each room, each ward has a CCTV. The same brand of the same hospital. So it's so absurd now that a similar incident happens in one of the branches that probably does not have the same standards as the other establishments. So it's a little bit off. So it could have been either premeditated activity from long time, you never know, or just someone probably coming into the hospitals and masquerading as a clinician for such an incident to happen. Because I know from when they were trying to explain to us how the facilities work, they were new at that time, that you'll get admitted here. For persons who are very, very extremely suicidal, they'll have to be monitored. Or persons who need special care, they have to be monitored by CCTV. So that means there is a station where someone is watching how patients are doing this particular kind of cases. There are special cases of patients. So for this patient to be locked alone and for someone to probably access their room and strangulate them, there is more that beats logic. There is an issue of access breach by other persons or persons inside the facility.
So, Dr. all this is clearly systemic neglect. Are these cases isolated? Because this is what has been, so far been reported. And the argument can be, there could be others that go unreported in other facilities outside key towns, for example. You go deep in the villages, you'll find maybe there are things. There's a case in Kisii,
yes,
I remember. Kisii of that Mzee, who was almost poisoned. And it was a family feud. But he managed to escape that. Access to even food and water, that somebody can walk into a hospital and poison a patient's food. It's serious. Now, here, are these isolated incidents or cases, or do they point to a pattern of neglect, a pattern of understaffing, a pattern of how we treat safety in this country that goes beyond hospitals? It's in schools, it's in every public space you can think of. Is this pointing to a pattern?
Yes, it does point to a pattern whereby we have not been very keen on the standard of care that we provide our patients. We just put up structures and we say, come in and we'll see you. So, but the system of a process of accessing care has not been controlled in a way to assure persons of safety. And safety in healthcare has so many elements that bring about now the experience of quality. So from timeliness, from other persons breaching, from other persons masquerading as doctors and doing procedures that they're not trained to do. So those standards have not been well established. The laws that we have, they do provide a framework that allows the regulators to provide standards for checking every regular period to assure persons of safety and quality. But this probably has not been implemented. Hospitals renew licenses every year, but there's probably no one telling them, give us a report of this and that. Or do random checks to come and check whether this and that is working, like the fire escapes, check whether everything is well in order as regards your drug management. Now, if this is not well done, then you have an issue with the regulators. Because the regulators keep licensing facilities to operate as usual.
So in this case, who's responsible? Because this has now happened. Who is responsible to make sure the risk assessment is properly done? The things you itemize and say these are the things that facilities should done. A patient is going to hospital, they are sick. They are not thinking fire escape routes, they're not thinking CCTV. They have come to hospital for just care. They want to be well. Who then should be ensuring, in giving these licenses, like you're saying, periodical checks, risk assessment checks? Who is supposed to be doing this?
Every institution must have all these plans put in place and somebody appointed to do the risk matrix. This risk matrix should be feeding to a central area, and this is what is missing in all our facilities. And even those that are able to put these risk registers in place, they're properly put for auditors. When you're coming to our desk, here we have it. That is why this case will happen in February. Did a root cause get done? Do we know what caused this first death properly as a hospital? Then did we mitigate it? Did we take an action? So every head of department in hospitals must do their risk analysis. These risks, all of them, should pull into the hospital register. And every month in those properly accredited hospitals, sit and review their registers and see which risk has penetrated. So what is the root cause? What are we going to do? What will we do different? That way, hospitals are proactively managing. I have seen a facility that you are talking about a murder of fellow patients. There is a case that a doctor and a doctor friend, you are coming to see this doctor and they're poisoning him to die.
Emily.
A doctor to another doctor?
A doctor to another doctor. They are enemies. These are cases that are happening. So patient safety is not only affecting patients, it's affecting the public. Our public behavior is in the hospital corridors. So we need to up the game.
So then if the hospital is not doing that, who regulates, who will check whether you have everything, you've put everything in order and patient safety is a top priority? Who does that?
This organ that's certifying hospitals, this regulator that is regulating hospitals every year, we certify to operate.
There are several. Okay. So you can have internal regulation and external regulation. So internal is that you are expected, you as an institution, to have internal ways to do it. That's the CEO and the board. And the CEO has checks and reports from each department on how things are working. That's internal. Then there's an external person who checks whether they're complying to those things that they've set. And then there's someone else after the two, external and internal, who now does overall accreditation.
Who are these external?
We have the one that gives the license to the facility, the healthcare facilities. That's a Kenyan Medical Practitioner and Dentist Council. We have the Pharmacy and Poisons Board. we have the Clinical Officers Council, we have the Nursing Council. So all these institutions have standards that they should enforce. So they're supposed to set and give them to the facilities that are already in operation. Go do that you're supposed to do.
Before
and then file reports.
Before checking and before licensing, do they visit these facilities periodically? Not with the intention and purposes of issuing a license. Because if I open a hospital today, I will ensure fire extinguishers are everywhere. Everything works out well. It's clean. The beds are looking good because I want to get the license. But soon as I get that license, a month, 2, 3, a year down the line, because I know I'm going to renew these after 1 year, then our behavior, like you're saying, Emily, is because I want this license to be renewed, I will again go back, clean the place, make sure the fire extinguishers are there. So before issuing the license, what is the procedure? Do they go do physical visits?
Now, the physical visits happen. Because by the time you're getting to pay for that license, you're already set to start seeing patients. There is a county inspection that is supposed to be done, and then after that report is filed to the regulator. Then the regulator is supposed to come and visit. But it appears there was a gap over some few years whereby the county reports will be filed in, and once it's filed into the regulator, you just get a license issued. So now they're trying to have the regulator also visit, because some county governments, some officials, not the county government, some officials in those county units that are supposed to go and inspect, they just take whatever bribe and say you have this equipment, and sometimes they organize how to get things from a neighboring facility for the show of that particular day of inspection. So that now you have good beds, you have everything, fridges, everything is all there. After the visit, you return back what you had rented. Back to status.
And that's what has brought the external regulators taking shape. That's how KEBS has taken charge of certifying and accrediting hospitals. That's why serious hospitals have gone further to get farm access safe care. That's why others have gone further to get COSASA accreditor from South Africa. Others have gone further to go to Joint Commission, which is very serious. So that's why I said a hospital that is serious will go to these external people, because there is a gap internally from the ministry. Yeah.
And unfortunately, the tag that we are seeing now is that these hospitals that would be very serious, according to what you're saying, then fall in the private sector.
Absolutely.
And why is that?
Because it's competitive age. If I want to attract patients, and health sector, we want to agree like it's a very highly economic turnover place. So if I don't go further to get accredited, I won't attract patients to my facility, and hence I won't have systems in place. So because internally government, it's not a headache, they go extra ahead to just have safer, proper systems.
Because we know that people will go to the level 6 referral hospital anyway. You will never go one day and find that there are only 2 people in the hospital. They're there.
Well, on this one, I'd want to add that we do have a Kenya quality model for health.
Okay.
That's a framework that's supposed to ensure how healthcare is supposed to be experienced from level 1s to level 6. It's all there with checklists of things that must be put in place and followed through and reported on regularly. But now the implementers of this model, the quality framework, they are very few probably.
No, there is no oversight.
And there is no oversight with someone assigned to do regular reporting of that mandate. So all persons want is, have you paid your license for the year?
The model is there and it's really nice. But
so we need more capacity to ensure that as much as healthcare is happening, checks of what really is transpiring in those places are being undertaken and reports are being filed.
There's a sad story here where I once dealt with an individual case of a hospital somewhere in Nanyuki.
Yes.
And what was happening is, and this is worse, where patients were actually being raped in wards by quote unquote staff and this particular staff doctor. By the time the case is coming to the regulator, and this is what I found out, we have very, very good documents in this country, policies, risk assessment, records, we have that on paper. But the saddest part of this story was this fellow, who was also the owner of the hospital, actually ended up calling one of the regulators to bribe them.
To clear their name.
Yeah.
to clear the name, because the threat was your license will be revoked. So again, here is a question where there are people who will sit in an office, they will not do physical checks, they will not even bother. You want a license? How much money do you have? Bring the money, give you the license, go and operate. So it's almost, we need a regulator of regulators.
Yeah. Well, we just need a person of good moral and ethical standards to make sure that his staff are doing that.
In the hospital?
Some of these institutions, they do not have
in the
such
country.
kind of
Emily
mix
says
of
in the
persons.
country, not in the hospital.
The third one is this one. Sadder like you as a persons put on a white coat and they act like obstetricians. All they want to do is to inspect women.
What?
They just want to enjoy inspecting women, and they fake that they're doctors. So just get a white coat, say you're so and so, and somehow over time
Okay, hang on. So when
start
you're going,
masquerading, so you just saying I want to go bed.
This is
by
a
bed
real
inspect.
case.
Dr. Mundia.
Yeah, stories that happen, real stories, weird ones.
Dr.
So
Mundia.
clinicians are also affecting what you're experiencing in there.
Dr. Mundia.
Yes.
When you go with the white coat and say, I am so and so, there is a nurse's station. They usually go there to get files. I think. This is not just from the movies. It happens. They go there to get files and somebody will say, yeah, Dr. has come, etc., etc. You are known, whether you are a doctor on rotation, whether you are a visiting specialist, whether you are a resident doctor. They know you. So how is it possible that somebody...
It is possible because
just
you
walking
just
around and put
bypass
some,
the station.
that means Ndu can walk into the referral hospital today, and if I have a white coat
and a name tag,
and I just look like I know what I'm doing, people are going to be letting me in.
I want to go there, I'll do that. You just say hello to the nurse and you pass by.
The fake doctor. How did Dr. Mugo get away with the things he did to women? In a clinic, he had a license.
You are speaking about something that personally, I am a nurse, trained, certified, can practice, and I have been admitted by my son in hospital, by my colleague, and you wake up at night and this guy, I have written that story on my LinkedIn page, and it's a very sad story. And when you report to management, they think you are sick. There is a way women are purported to be imagining things when rape happens in hospitals. This gynecologist did, we can't believe you. This radiologist, you see the scan they do. You can't imagine. So the safety of patients in the hospital is an issue that really needs proper overhaul of system thinking.
And according to what you're saying, proper divine intervention. Honestly, because what we aware of the direction
all this to be brought out so that we experience the best quality.
Absolutely.
And that's why we can't but talk about them.
Absolutely.
That's why we must have the conversation. And that's why we do this on the Situation Room. This doesn't end here. We're going to talk about this again. We'd like both of you to join us again at a further date, because this doesn't end. There's still people in hospital today who are under the threats of insecurity.
Absolutely.
And we can't stop talking. Thank you for joining us to close out this conversation this morning. And we look forward to the next one. Thank you, everybody. Talk again tomorrow. It's 10 a.m.
Thank you.
Are you safe?
Good morning. This is the news wire.
That's happened last year.
Ubaga KDF
Premier
officer
Hospital
has died after he fainted and collapsed at a military camp in Isiolo. Sergeant Major Humphrey Opondo, aged 48, was carrying out a routine running exercise with other soldiers when he lost consciousness. He was rushed to a nearby hospital where he was pronounced dead on arrival. 7 suspects arrested in Matu area in Machakos County in connection with the riots witnessed during the Sabasaba Day protests will now face fresh charges of terrorism. The 6 men and a woman were rearrested at Kidhimani after the magistrate dropped arson and malicious damage charges against them yesterday. They're expected to be rearraigned in Kahawa Law Courts this morning. Crimes in Webuye town are on the rise due to lack of police vehicles and poor infrastructure of the police station. Matisi OCS Michael Orita has called on political leaders in the region, led by MP Dan Wanyama, to intervene and ensure that the environment is improved.
A whole sub-county without a police motor vehicle. OCPD hana motor vehicle, OCS mimi sina motor vehicle, ya government kuhudumia watu. It makes us totally lame, to say the truth. Let the leadership, let the community take up the matter to help the security. Sisi tunakujanga muda mchache tunaenda kwengine, lakini we will tell you what ails you so that tupate suluhisho tuwasaidie. So to the political leadership, to the community leadership, opinion leaders, please rise up and help this community improve.
Traders in the area led by their chairman Abel Wanjala says their businesses have been affected due to insecurity.
Our security